guys. One second here. How do I undo? Give me 1 second to fix this. Fix our stream and everything. Gotta fix a couple things, so give me 1 minute, guys. Sorry. Made some changes last night, so. Gotta fix a couple small things here. Alright, we're just gonna proceed like this for a minute. I still don't know why it says I'm in Jamestown, North Carolina either, but give me 1 second because I gotta fix the one of the gradient images because it's messed up. Stream gradient thing. I accidentally moved it when I booted up the stream, so 1 minute here. Stuff might go in and out while I fix this real quick. Sorry, guys. No, don't open that. That's going to crash everything. gotta get moving here pretty soon. Heading up to Earthy. Oh my god, Alright, there we go. I'm still not sure why it's showing Jamestown, but you know, it is what it is. I wonder if the location thing is broken. There we go. Yeah, because it's just keep be back now. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. Should be functioning correctly now. Sorry, we had a bunch of little hiccups there with the setup, but they should all be ironed out now. So we're just gonna go a little further east towards the Arnold, Nebraska area. We're currently very close to Stapleton. I think my location, that little text box location thing down there is broken. So I'll have to come up with a fix for that later tonight. But for now, we are gonna be hunting land spouts before these storms really get going. A couple cells up by Valentine, but these things should move right along this boundary for a little bit here. Honestly, we might be good to just turn around and sit in Stapleton. Arnold might be a little far east, especially for land spouts, but we got a minute. We got a minute. Rush right now. Storms are still developing here, but we're trying to find any little maximum area for a land spout. Sometimes land spout chasing can be a little bit more luck than supercell tornadoes. So it's interesting because what shows on the camera versus what shows on the stream are a little different. So we have a different mount up right now to prevent you from seeing this over here. It's still showing up a little bit though, so we'll work on that. But got a couple of exciting things. Even the connection loss screen's got a couple new tornado videos, so you guys can look forward to that whenever we do go out. Some of these I've never released anywhere before, so both of them are Hawley, Texas. I've got to add more videos, but those were just the ones I had quickly ready yesterday. So that's what we went with. Switch back to satellite here, hopefully, potentially. Might be backwards, in which case things might be a little broken, but I think we're probably going to turn around and go back in Stapleton, honestly. Yeah, let's go back to Stapleton. It's not that far. Let's go back to Stapleton because this boundary jumped really far east and now it's just kind of sitting there, so switch our target. Look at this. I can update us to Stapleton. I can also, if I really want to, I can also just hide the target completely. So the target, I can just do this. I'll usually just do that whenever we're on the storm, but I got a couple modes here. So I guess technically right now we should probably go to scouting target. So look, I'm back. Ari, Grifter, Autumn. You guys doing? Sorry, the stream started out a little rough there, but I think we got it under control. Yeah, those things are kind of curling back northwest, so I'm kind of wondering if Tedford, Nebraska might be a little bit more interesting of a spot. 76 over 59, that's 16 degrees. It's just a question of, is it stable up there or not? Yeah, this boundary seems to be moving slightly west, so really trying to take me out here, but yeah, I think our target is going to be between North Platte and Thetford, Nebraska. You can see those big towers in the background there blowing up along the boundary. I believe it's going to be a land spout threat early, then high base supercells, and then as that low level jet ramps up and temperatures come down, we could get a tornado or two later on. All right, we got to get moving here pretty soon. Here comes the other MD. Oh my God, there we go. Still sitting under no special weather statements at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I switched that video to be, there's like 3 tornado videos in that one old storm time-lapse video we had on that reconnecting screen, so I got a lot more videos I need to add, but I'm kind of confused as to my app's showing me on the opposite thing. It's not switching to satellites, so that's fine though, that's fine. I can fix it tonight. I added a whole bunch of nice dev tools to it so I can fix a bunch of stuff with the setup while I'm on the road, because I don't have it running on a live server. I've just got I got it running on my computer back at home, so radar, hopefully. So chat, what do we think we find today? Do we get a land spout tornado? Do we get a photogenic supercell? What do we find? I'm thinking land spout. I'm thinking we can sniff out a land spout. We just got to be under stuff early. There's this nice boundary here. These storms aren't going to be moving too fast today. There's this gas station up here in Stapleton. I remember I had a bus chase last year where I sat at this gas station like all day. I think I see some chasers up here. Are those the Canadian guys? I think that's. I think so. watch everything, watch the skies a little bit. Yeah, I mean, these little swirlies for land spouts can be like things that you can't really pick up. You know, that's how you get a lot of those random one-off land spout days. But let me turn this off. I'm gonna update my thing because I don't want to show soundings on here. Yeah, I'm seeing kind of like two areas where we need to watch. One is west of Stapleton here, and then the other one is down in North Platte. Yeah, so there's this corridor I'm watching between North Platte, Tryon, up towards Mullen, which I think is where we're going to end up. Where I think we're going to end up. We got these nice towering cumulus clouds, though. Right in front of us here. Along with the amazing giant poles on the left side there. I expect them to issue a mesoscale discussion here shortly. They've already got one going for north. We should get that. Is it 3 p.m. or 3:30 p.m. that they update? I think it's 3 p.m. I don't remember. Oh, they did update it. They updated at 2:45. They updated the outlook 5 minutes ago. No changes are needed. So they've already got a mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center has a discussion out for extreme south central North Dakota and roughly the central South Dakota area. There is a 2% tornado risk up there, but dew point's a little low. Got kind of a local maxima of higher dew point air here. Why did it turn my location off? Why did they ban my account from reporting location again? Yo. Dang. Did they take away my ability to... They did. They took away my ability to report location. Dang. Horrible. Yeah, it says my account can no longer report location. This is so sad. I haven't even done anything today. So am I like not allowed to report my location in central Nebraska? Okay, there we go. I just refreshed. Hopefully this works. Okay, it seems like it's working. Yeah, I had my location taken away from reporting on Spotter Network for like a day. Bummer. But then I got it back and I was like, I haven't done anything wrong since. Day 3 enhanced as well for Southern Illinois. This is going to be a pretty active stretch, chat. It's going to be a pretty active stretch. So we're just sitting here waiting for a storm to really take off, and then we'll try and get close to it here. Almost feels like the boundary is just sliding westward, which it seems like is what's happening. Like, we might even have to go west from here towards Tryon here in a bit. I like where we're at now though, because we can pretty much hit anything. Storms are going to be developing here over the next hour. We've already got some pretty solid attempts in front of us here. This is definitely looking like a pre-chase sky. Let's see what mesoscale analysis is saying. You know, we haven't checked the environment out too much today. We got 2,500 Cape nosing its way into the region. I think we're basically right in the centroid of where that Cape is. And yeah, it does seem like that boundary's slightly retreating. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt convergence for sure. I was not expecting a boundary retreat leading up to today. Wind shear's pretty weak right now, but probably a good thing if we're going for land spouts. That non-supercell tornado parameter is at a 1 for, I think that's Lincoln County, Nebraska. Maybe not. SIGTOR is at 0.5. Thermodynamics aren't looking good. Enhanced stretching potential is something I love to look at for land spouts, and we're at a 3 where we're at, and the maximum is down by Lexington, Nebraska at a 4. So I think the name of the game is just being patient until we can get an updraft that really sustains itself, and then we gotta basically hopefully get lucky with where the land spout forms. Land spouts can be a bit trickier unless you're right on that Denver convergent vorticity zone. Welcome in, Wardboard Man. Welcome, Dave from Denver. I'm from, I was in Brighton for a while. I just moved north towards Greeley, so know that area decently. I was only there for about 8 or 9 months, but I was down by Denver a lot. Down by Denver a lot. So we're just watching these storms really try and take off here. I think it's going to be a little bit slower than expected with that boundary pushing back west. It's not moving very fast. I mean, over the past hour, it's probably moved 3-4 miles. So it's really not flying, but it is going to make it a little tougher to get a storm down here. for a little bit. I'm pretty convinced that you might get a land spout down by Tryon, Nebraska, just because of the way the boundary is kind of curling back there. But we're definitely going to initiate here pretty shortly. Yeah, storm's starting to blow up up by Thedford, but that dew point at a 60. I mean, dew points are pretty equal across the warm sector today, at least for our target. High 50s, low 60s. Gonna start running into mixing issues, or we already have, I should say, but I'm feeling pretty confident in maybe a land spout just a little further west. Just not quite sure exactly where it's going to be. That boundary, though, is basically hugging the US 83 corridor, North Platte and southwards. Pretty much just hugging the highway there. That's crazy. I'm thinking we could get something. I think today's gonna be a fun day. The skies are looking really nice here. They're looking really sharp. Even back to the northeast, we're getting some towers, guys. Let me show you. Even back over there, there's some towers forming. So we're getting towers all throughout the warm sector. Kind of a weak convergence day. Maybe we can get something here. Land spouts are always pretty fickle, though, so you never really know. You never really know, but today's one of those stronger signals I've seen for a while for land spouts. Just a slow-moving boundary, which is really helpful. You need for land spout tornadoes. They basically form the same way as most water spouts, where there's just basically a little rotating boundary, and you get a storm that forms on top of that. And that rotation right at the ground gets pulled up and amplified by the storm, and it gets stretched up and tightened into a tornado. They're land spouts are very, very tough to forecast. They do make up a fairly high percentage of my tornado counts every year. I usually see about 10 to 20% land spouts. They don't tend to be as strong, but land spouts are really, really fun to chase because they don't really move. Like you're not chasing a land spout moving at 60 miles an hour. It's just not happening. You can get supercell tornadoes to do that all the time, especially in like March, February. That's why I like these May chases and even June, because they're just much more laid back. A lot less screaming up and down the highway. A lot more sitting and watching the entire life cycle of your storm. Which I appreciate. I love watching those storms go from just a tiny little cumulus cloud to a big, big updraft. Just watch it fully mature. It's just fascinating to watch. No matter how many times you see it. No matter how many times. Yeah, this stretch of severe weather, guys. Holy cow. We could be out here for another week chasing everything. So we've got today here in Nebraska, tomorrow somewhere in the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, even Michigan and Indiana. Could get something up there. And then the following day is kind of southern Illinois, southern Missouri. Been in that area a lot past couple of years. And maybe kind of a more slow day, and then by the 18th, 19th, we are full-fledged Kansas, Oklahoma, chasing classical Tornado Alley. I have never seen like a good tornado in that corridor between Oklahoma City and Wichita, which is like the traditional Tornado Alley. I've never seen one there, which is really funny. I've been chasing for like 5 years. I can't even think of any good ones. I guess the closest I saw would probably be Mutual of last year. Or maybe there was like a weak tornado I saw on May 2nd of 2022. The Loyal, Oklahoma tornado, I guess, would count. But it really wasn't that great of a tornado. Yeah, my best chasing area is basically the state of Nebraska, just the entire state. Western Nebraska, central Nebraska, southern, eastern, northern, it doesn't matter. I've seen tornadoes literally every corner of Nebraska. Texas Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, those places do really well for me too. Kansas especially feels very quiet. Should roar back to life at some point, but there's a lot of people down there. Whenever you go down to places like Dodge City and Garden City and you talk to the people around there, they're like, we used to get tornado warnings all the time and now we barely get them anymore. You know, we used to have these tornadoes all the time and they're just not as common now. Like, even the locals are noticing. They're like, you know, what's going on here? So just kind of curious to know what caused that. Just feels like Oklahoma too is minus like Duke, Custer City, and then Cole. Most of them the past couple of years have been overnight. I don't know what it is. It just feels like the past 2 years in general, just across the U.S., it's been easier to get a tornado. Like I remember 2022 chasing stuff all the time and it just would never go. And then the past 2 years, it's just like boom, you know, it's like almost like every storm's trying really hard. Yeah, 2022 was a rough year. 2022 was a rough year, Chet. Oh, they just issued a mesoscale discussion for our area, and we've got a severe thunderstorm warning way up near Cody, Nebraska right now. Cody, Nebraska, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Let's see what this mesoscale discussion says. I'm curious to see where they believe the highest potential is. There we go. Severe potential will continue to increase this afternoon. Large to very large hail and severe winds are the primary threats. A couple tornadoes are also possible, with the highest tornado probability wind speeds. Most probable peak intensity per the National Weather Service, 85 to 115 mile per hour tornado. So let's go read the full discussion. I don't know why every time I click the discussion it takes me to a Florida discussion. It just shows me the image of one. Probability of a watch is 80% here. Dew points have held in the low 60s in central Nebraska this afternoon. Q towers and recent lightning have been observed in Cherry County in the last hour along a surface boundary. Water vapor imagery shows ascent increasing in Colorado as a shortwave trough continues to pivot northeastward. So that's going to be what's causing our storms to form, is that shortwave over Colorado. This ascent should reach western and southwestern Nebraska later this afternoon. In near term, additional storms appear probable as heating and convergence continue along the boundary. So that's going to be the first wave, which is what we're going after for land spouts. So we've also got a little bit more flow down here than up north. So they're calling for a mixed mode of linear segments and supercells. Supercells will be favored with southern extent. We're pretty far south in the risk area today. Low-level jet response this evening is not expected to be overly strong. A supercell along the southern flank of the activity might have slightly higher tornado potential. So they're basically just saying that discussion screams, get south. So I feel like a lot of those times north gets a bad rap because it's northern storms are usually like vorticity driven, whereas down here you get like shear. That's what it seems like on a lot of these events. But who knows, if we get a land spout by Tryon or even as far south as North Platte, we could probably reliably make it to. A couple updrafts forming near Mullen. Yeah, there's just this little stall boundary here, which I think is going to be the main focus for any land spout tornado potential, as well as our first storms to initiate today. There's also just a little kink in the boundary, basically just to my west, which could help with vorticity. You know, those little curls in the boundary, it's already just a natural spot for the air to start to rotate. So I think we're in a pretty clean spot right now. I was expecting storms to blow up here by 3, but they're still taking a little bit of time, especially down here. I think we're just going to play this boundary. I mean, that other stuff's going to form later, so as long as we can make it down south later towards, like, Wellfleet. Where was the HRRR firing those storms? Somewhere down there. Somewhere down there. Yeah, there is, like, definitely some vorticity building up here. 3 capes over 100. That's still the 19Z analysis though. Show me the 20Z. Yeah, it's still showing me the 19Z analysis for whatever reason. Still showing me for whatever reason. Sorry, WCNC. I like doing my own thing. I appreciate the offer, though. Chat, how are we feeling today? What do we think we're going to see? Like, I'm really feeling like we're going to get a land spout. I feel like there's basically a 100% chance there's a land spout somewhere. A subtle little thing down near Tryon. Watching all these towers bubble up, just kind of collapse. Yeah, you might get a landspot up by McMillin, but I don't think we'll make it up there in time. That's got to be over an hour away. Yeah, right at an hour. Is there something south of Tryon? Maybe we could jog towards Tryon. Getting a little antsy. I feel like we're a little too far back. I just don't want to get caught in a spot though where we gotta go around these storms. I'm tired, chat. I spent all day yesterday building a chicken coop. We hired somebody to do it for us, but they basically never started on it, so had to scramble. They didn't tell us for 4 weeks, so we had to scramble to do it ourselves last night and yesterday. Spent all day doing that. And I got up at like 6 today, came out here, and we got a long drive tomorrow, so Nebraska to Michigan is nuts. That's probably as far east as we'll get, but even Nebraska to Minnesota can be tough. Especially as far west as we are. We're just north of North Platte right now. Let's plug in my GoPro. So I have a GoPro as a backup camera, capture backup 4K footage. Boundary starting to become a little bit more sharp on radar north of Tryon. Maybe that 3 Cape analysis is really bullseyeing north. We're gonna go north. I think we'll go west first and then north just to sit along the boundary, and then we can come back south. We have a couple hours until this stuff down here forms. I think we're gonna readjust here just because I don't want to miss any land spouts. And that gives us that whole other highway west. If this thing was another county further east, it would just be so painless to chase, but it does get a little rough out here by Stapleton and Arnold with just the lack of roads. At least you can see though, like not a ton of trees everywhere, just near the towns. I like the plans because you know where the towns are. When you start to see a bunch of trees, you know there's a town there. Or a house or something. It definitely feels like a slow burning updraft, slowly chipping away at the cap kind of day. I think that they had an 18Z sounding from North Platte that was pretty corrupt, but the surface parcel was probably okay, but it had like a 10 10 convective inhibition, 10 sin, which isn't very much, so just must be weak enough convergence that these storms just can't get quite wide enough. This is awesome. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to pass, but why not? Alright, let's just jog west to where these towers are. We've got some overhead, but these are all like open warm sector, and that 3 Cape's right along that boundary now. Like, it is centered on that boundary. The only thing that's really probably going to hurt is shear. Lapse rates are a little low further north, though, so that's one reason to maybe stay a little south. Enhanced stretching potential is now at a 5. Boundary seems to be holding a little steady just west of Tryon here, so I would not be surprised to see a land spout with that McMillin storm. Not at all. I just don't think I want to go. I just don't know that I want to go that far north because they are basically everything looks like the supercell threat later on is going to be south. But I think it's going to be easier to get a land spout tornado, honestly, than a supercell tornado. That's just my opinion here. Seems like the cams are even putting things a little further north. Minnesota looks really fascinating tomorrow. It's just, I just don't like 40-mile-per-hour storms this time of year. 40's not horrible. Usually most of the tornadoes I'm chasing are moving like 20 though. Boundary. You're right on Nebraska 97. It looks pretty interesting to me. Hopefully my location thing updates correctly. We're on the move now, chat. Let's see if we can time this perfectly here. Just hope we... I guess it doesn't matter too much if we go south. If everything goes up south right now, we could probably get around it pretty quickly. But the north usually goes up first, so... most of the time, storms start from the north and zipper down south. We're already halfway through May. I mean, it was pretty quiet the first 2 weeks. You had May 1st, and then you had a couple days out in the Carolinas. There were a couple land spouts in Illinois the other day, and one in Indiana. But as far as widespread organized severe weather, it's been a little slow. But that was always forecast to be, and now it's supposed to swing the other way with several high coverage events here. Tomorrow looks very, very potent too. I just don't like those big trough ejections as much as these smaller scale waves like today. Like I always seem to chase really well in May and June, but I always get a slow start in April. Like this was the most tornadoes in April that most tornado days in April that I've had. See my first photogenic tornado until like April 23rd, and it was anticyclonic. Noodles, the difference between a landspout and a tornado is technically there is no difference. A tornado is a landspout, and a landspout is, well, a landspout is a tornado, but a tornado is not necessarily a landspout. A landspout is kind of a class of tornado. You get supercell tornadoes, which are the more classic ones. You know, those are from the supercells. They form from supercell processes. Landspouts, on the other hand, form without any mesocyclone. They form just from a boundary that's spinning, and you get a storm that forms on top of it. It doesn't have to be a supercell. And that spin on the boundary gets pulled up by the storm's updraft, and then tightened and stretched, and then it stretches into a landspout. Basically, whenever you get a landspout tornado, that's a sign that you have a very narrow updraft that's actually weakening in that zone. But it's actually it's kind of in phase. But it's just the difference between a tornado, a supercell tornado, and a landspout tornado is just how the tornado forms. You can also get hybrid cases, which are pretty common, especially out west, honestly. The hybrid tornadoes that I've seen are mostly in the Texas panhandles, so. Got chickens a long time ago. Hello, Dreambird, how are you doing? Yeah, chickens, we love our chickens. We got 6 of them. We got like some Easter eggers and then some lavender ones. I don't remember exactly what they were. My girlfriend has all the details, but they're about 5 weeks old now, so we're just trying to start introducing them to the outside, but we didn't have a coop until last night, so there wasn't much we could do before then. Location finder thing is just cooked, where it shows the town name. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning for a little mini supercell up by the Kilgore, Cody, Nebraska area. I wonder if there's anybody on that. These things are not going to be moving fast today, too. Moving north at 20, that's so easy to chase. Still looking like we're a ways away from initiation down south, though. Up north, you're already getting storms, so obviously it's looking better. But yeah, there's a little area to watch down by Wellfleet, Nebraska. That's pretty far down there, though. Maybe an hour and a half to Wellfleet. Hour 10, but probably about an hour and a half from Tryon. As long as we know when to call it quits up here on these storms, we should be okay, even if it does form that far south. Another problem with landspouts is LCL heights are pretty high today. cloud bases are pretty high off the ground just due to the lower moisture content today. Very curious about that Mullen storm, guys. We don't want to target there, I don't think, but you can get a landspout anywhere along this little boundary, I think. Yeah, that stuff down by Wellfleet's trying to build a little. But it's definitely starting to shift west. Significant tornado region to Wisconsin tomorrow. Don't know if we'll be able to make it that far. We're in central Nebraska. We're a whole state away from pretty much the entire risk. There's kind of a couple targets that I'm watching. Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois looks interesting. Minnesota looks interesting. Severe weather coming up. Those Wellfleet ones are looking pretty solid too, but they don't quite look as good as further north. I'm starting to get worried that our boundary is really starting to retreat west. I mean, it is pretty much just sitting there according to Ringgold, unincorporated. Ringgold? Ringgold. I think I got a little sunburn from yesterday too. All these little mini storms forming right along this boundary right now to the north. As far south as Mullen with a couple updrafts trying along Nebraska Highway 97 here. Just my gut wants me to go a little further north. Just early on, because like I'm just getting scared that I'm going to get too far north and not be able to make it south. But there's a pretty robust north-south road network. As long as we can get a highway in the right spot, we should be okay. I just don't really want to punch hailstorms because I'm really worried about Starlink. I don't have a cover for it right now. Yeah, one concern is just being too far north for when the supercell tornado show starts, but we should have ample time. Like it's literally 3 o'clock and the sun probably doesn't set out here till 8:30. So we got 5 hours to go down there. Probably more like 3 hours, but still. Bases up here. We're gonna get you guys pretty close so you can see them. The boundary's a little bit more diffused right here, but maybe that's okay. Maybe it's a problem. And then also further north, one of the concerns I have for land spouts is right behind the boundary. There's kind of a little stable area with some weaker low-level lapse rates. So that could get in the way of things. Who knows? Who knows though, man? I'm like out of, like I haven't chased in like a week, so I'm like, I'm not processing as fast as I normally do. It's definitely nice to have a little warm up today. Whew. We'll get up maybe one storm further north and just sit and see if we can't find a little dirt whirly spin up. Bases are pretty high though. Dude, I remember something that threw me off when I first started chasing, where somebody told me that landspout tornadoes, like having super high bases is helpful for landspout tornadoes, and it is not. For any tornado, having low bases is definitely better. So I was like looking for like really high, like 3,000 meter off the ground storms, and that's just not gonna get it done. Down south definitely has a way to go. Got the herd here, chat. Got the herd. A lot of baby cows. It's still pretty early in the spring, isn't it? I guess it's mid-spring now. I ignore that I was wrong. Only listen to me when I'm right. Yeah, so there's that other road that we just passed where you can go left down towards North Platte. I mean, I think it's going to be pretty clear. I just think we don't want to be super far off with the threat of landspouts today. I don't think anybody's really brought it up, and I'm not really sure why. I feel like with those landspout things, nobody talks about them unless it's like hyper obvious. And today there's a couple factors, you know. Most people don't expect landspouts the same day they expect supercells, but it can definitely happen. Tulsa, Monday through Thursday, noodles. Tulsa weather, I'll have to look at it more. I honestly don't do expansive aerial forecasts. When I'm storm chasing, I'm only really looking at specifically where I think I'm going to see a tornado. So I'll have to look at that more closely, but I do think they're at least close to a couple 15% severe weather risks out there. So what might happen is you might get the later stuff. So those well-flicked storms are starting to get some shadows. Well, not really storms yet, but those updrafts, I should say. Hopefully we didn't make a mistake by coming north, but these landspout days are just so tough. Especially ones like these. Because all the parameters look better north, but what are the parameters when the updrafts look better south? My favorite thing about like maps is it still shows the old turn on the 97 that's no longer there. There's this updraft to the south that looks nice. It's got a little bit of a lowering trying to form here, but I mean, how do I say no to this for a landspout or two early? 82 over 60. 88, like that's the thing though, is when you get further south, there's like some 88s down there, and 85 at Lexington. There's really only a narrow place for a tornado, I think, from a supercell. I think it's much less picky further north for landspouts. Much more probable, I should say. Be moving a tad fast for landspots, but it's really funny to see all these storms just fly up northwest. You don't normally see that on the plains. I want to see what those landspout parameters show here in just a little bit. I want to see a landspout thing minus the shear. I appreciate the shear like consideration, but I feel like it needs to be loosened a little. Like yeah, that peak 3 cape is right on these storms here. I think we're probably going to have to end up a little further north today than previously expected. Low-level lapse rates peak a little further south, and at least the colder low-level lapse rates. Like there's a lapse rate in northern Cherry County at 5, and then where we're at, just to the west of Tryon, there's a 7. But it's counterbalanced by the fact that there is there is good 3K all on these storms. Like a 175 now I'm seeing on this stuff up here. So can we get a land spout from the cheat code is the question. And it's crazy that going 70 on this road feels like we're crawling. That's how wide open it is out here, guys. Wide open. We're gonna probably update our target here to be Mullen here. Might be a mistake, but we won't know it until we try it. Just the land spout stuff in general looks better up north. I'm just really worried about down south mixing out, like 88 over 63 at Cambridge, Nebraska, 87 over 59 at McCook, 89 over 61 at Holdrege, 88 over 61 at Lexington, and North Platte is 82 over 60, so. Be on the lookout for any dirt whirlies, chat. Since we got Starlink, the drone streaming might work again. Oh, there we go. Severe thunderstorm watch right now, chat. They just issued a severe thunderstorm watch about 30 seconds ago. Let's see if my thing will pick it up and work, because it should show it as an alert here on my stream. It'll be the first live test. But seems like the location thing is working. It's just very delayed. Welcome to the chat, Warm Sunny. How are you doing? Nice name. Love those warm sunny days. Got that right now until we get storm coverage to increase here over the next hour or so. Hello, That is a sick language. I do not know how to say that though, so welcome into the chat. Hopefully it'll pick up on my thing here. Hopefully it will pick up that weather watch. Heads up, mile IQ has quit. Oh no. That's never good. Never want mile IQ to quit. Actually, I think I can test this by doing... There we go. Alerts seem to be working, so... Severe thunderstorm watch now. Heading up to these first couple storms. lower and sunny. These are some pretty solid looking towers. I just would not be surprised, man. I've been doing this for 5 years. This to me is like landspout soon. I actually think further south is just not as good because of the thermodynamic problems. Like that southwestern corner of the watch is 50s dew points, mid 50s, not even low 50s out by Ugalala, that place. So we're gonna try this 82 over 58. Definitely not the best dew point spreads ever, but along this boundary, it does seem to be fairly low compared to that. So yeah, back on that other side of the boundary, it looks like we might be getting storms way west. Yeah, I think I'm seeing updrafts like way down by. Way down. So we're just gonna sit on the southern flank of these and see if we can't get a little swirly spin up here, and then we'll probably slide a little bit south to get in position for the supercell threat later on. Look at this, guys. Nice solid updraft there. Far from perfect, but today was never going to be perfect anyway. So we're getting under these lower clouds here. Great sandhill scenery here that you can't see because I'm showing you the cloud, but these are our storms and our updrafts trying to form right here. I think we'll go up another 5 miles and then see. Yeah, NATOcast keeps throwing out a 10-hatched tornado thing. Pretty much where we're, like, probably like just east of us where we're at now. Don't know that I would go that high with it, but NATOcast feels like it sees something. I think a tornado today would probably be pretty photogenic. Oh, they just severe warned this one by us. Radar threat is considerable. Legitimately, like, we're still probably 20 miles off that storm. Yeah. So I'm wondering if maybe we sit on the southern flank of the outflow on this storm and see if we can get an updraft along it. That outflow shouldn't be too strong. And there's, seems like there is outflow right here in front of us though. Some tall towers. I want to see the everything update. That wind direction is not quite right. No, it's just the cars blowing it. Okay, so the cars are blowing the wind whatever way, so see if we can't find something under here. It's so pretty out here in the spring. It really is an underrated part of the United States. Very, very underrated scenery out here in the Sandhills. Now, getting a landspout tornado in the Sandhills would be absolutely incredible. Only had one landspout in this region, maybe two landspouts, and they're back in 2020, so it's been a while since I've had a landspout up here. I guess I had a supercell tornado in Northwest that looked like a landspout, but it wasn't, so it doesn't count. Still quite a ways removed from that outflow. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't seem to think there's much potential east of North Platte there. At least not right now. I just don't trust an 89 over 60 down there. Lexington 88 over 61 is just not what we would be looking for, I think. I'm just kind of surprised at why everyone's just kind of sitting around, honestly. I always get worried that when my target is dramatically different, especially the day of, like, that's pretty normal, pretty far out. I think I see an updraft back there. Another updraft trying to form to our west here. We got storms trying to form all around us. Storms trying to form all around us. These landspouts are going to be tough to see with all these hills. Maybe we can find somewhere on top of one of these to stop and look around. Finally, a Sandhills day that I'm not late to. Looking at you, April 27th. Of course, I picked Kansas. Severe thunderstorm warnings to come through, but special weather statement out for Colorado. What? We call Maddie and make sure we get the chickens inside. I don't know if they're allowed to be out in the rain yet. They're still pretty young. Hey. Dang. Some showers and thunderstorms over there. Why is it? I accidentally increased the temperature in here to 70. I'm like, why am I burning up? So for a landspout, I think we're going to be looking east now. the backside of one of these updrafts. Right on the edge here. There's a little boundary colliding with our other little boundary. I see a little hill shaft maybe. Is that a storm chaser? I couldn't even tell. Just to our north is trying to pull in some of the outflow from earlier. Don't see any dirt whirlies right now. This outflow. Might be about time to just park on top of a hill up here. Landspouts like to form on this flanking line convection. This outflow is not very strong here. It's gonna sit. This outflow is starting to move out a little bit. I'm trying to find a good place to sit, which is really tough out here. This is probably okay for now. That way we can pause and take a look at everything. All right, I'm gonna get out. I'll be right back, guys. Gonna be looking under here somewhere for maybe a land spout. Seems kind of low probability right now. We're not really an updraft on the right spot. Storms also seem to be forming back behind the boundary instead of just on it. Let me look back southwest here. Guys, it is warm. Where are my sunglasses at? I drop them. I put them in the wrong spot. Oh, I found them. All right, let me grab you, chat. this is what we're dealing with right now. Let me turn up the brightness on the phone so I can see you guys. Got this storm off in the distance here. We're not really going to be able to get to this because it's basically over the sand hills, so not really any good options to get over there. Maybe something trying to form here on the southern flank, but we've got a couple other updrafts going up here. It's looking a little slow right now. We might actually fully miss that window for a land spout once daytime heating kind of slows down here. So we got some pretty nice skies all around here. It's a pretty road here in Nebraska in the middle of spring. Let me close my door here. Vehicle. Yeah, not quite looking how you would want it. But I don't think down south, like North Platte's 84 over 57 now. Land spot looks like to form right on that flank. But I feel like that would be a little further north where the updrafts are a little, or excuse me, a little further east where the updrafts are a little stronger. Ooh, that sun is beating down, man. That thunder rumbling. I think we just got to be patient for a little bit. Nothing's going on anywhere else. It's so pretty out here, guys. Let's go read some chat. Let's go read some chat while we wait. Probably gonna actually get out first and get a shot with my real camera. I'd be watching there for a spout maybe. I'm gonna go get some shots with my camera here. Don't really have anything. Hold on, I messed up the mount. Give me 1 second, guys. What the heck happened to the mount? The beautiful mount. A bunch of flies in here now. This better be. So you guys don't know how much I do for you. Bring you inside. I let flies in my car so I can give you guys a good view. I'm just kidding. Well, I just missed the sun showing us everything there. Get these dang flies out of my car. Go on, guys. Go on. Shoo. Why is this one flying towards me? What? This one's not afraid of me. Yeah, I'm a little skeptical, I guess, but Leave. There we go. I think he flew. And he flew back in. Why are you flying back in, man? I just let you out. There we go. There we go. We had a fly emergency. You might still have one. Look at radar. Let me look at radar. Read chat. Yeah, these storms are definitely pushing the outflow. 80 over 56. Everything's pretty much scorching in this warm sector today. Might even hit up to 90 here. Yeah, those storms down south don't look quite as good. We might race up a little even further north, because there is that storm that's going to just ride to the northeast. I want to see if there's anybody on that. We're right next to this radar. Maybe might be trying to hook up there. But there's a pretty strong updraft trying to get going on this boundary on the southern flank here. And that is the question, Chad. Where do we go from here? I mean, we really can't go anywhere but north, so we might as well head over there. All right, big man. Sorry about that, chat. Nope, already no puppies today. My girlfriend's sister is visiting sometime this week, and I didn't want to bring the dogs because I know she was really excited to see them. So, plus it's pretty expensive to take the dogs out to a hotel. It adds like $70 a night. So I'm like, I can't afford to keep doing that every night. So even in Texas, where I figured it'd be a little less. Even in Texas. Got like another supercell trying to form on this flank here. Sorry about the spammer, chat. I just saw it. That's my fault. I need to get some more mods. That guy doesn't trace my IP address. I don't know what you would gain from tracing my IP address through the stream, because if you're doing it through the stream, it's going to send you to a random remote server that I'm using to send the stream to YouTube. So that's not really anything. So I'm watching this storm here for maybe a land spout or two, and then there's another one forming back west, which is pretty small, but it's already getting a little bit of a scuddy lowering onto it. So it's just tough to see from how far back we are, and there's no real way to get through this terrain here. Just gonna have to, you gotta go with it. Can't go through it, unfortunately. Patreon for dog hotels? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, so I'd like to bring, Ranger would probably do really well in the car. Ranger's never been on a chase. Snickers has been on a chase, and he did pretty well too. But I had Jolene with me for a couple days. Yeah, that path back west. It's still a little small, but we got to keep our eye on it. Watch out, birds. There are just so many updrafts here that could try that. Because this air back, I'm like on the back side of this outflow, and it's really not that cold out here, guys. It's really not. It might be 2 or 3 degrees colder than the air around, but it's not a cold outflow. Which, if the outflow was too cold, it would either create a bunch of storms or undercut our storms or a bit of both. Let's tilt you guys around here. Backside of this part of that severe warning storm complex. Up by Mullins here. Kind of like a supercell almost with a really long tail. Get north at Seneca. Whatever that town's name is. Alright, we'll be up on this storm in about 5-10 minutes. In a better spot here, but we're coming up from the backside. Yeah, I'm not sure why there's a 5% tornado risk out. I gotta be honest, folks. There's a pretty nice wall cloud on this storm that I'm seeing on social media, guys. We're gonna just hurry up and get on this thing here. Yeah, so we can go up towards Mullins and then go north. It just feels like we're just gonna chase this thing in the middle of nowhere. Hopefully it just rides along the highway. That's not the way I would like to go to meet this storm. Almost up to Mullen. There's definitely a couplet in there. Is it real though? It looks like there is potentially a real couplet. Gotta get up there. Gotta get up there. Yeah, this thing's gonna produce really shortly. I think we're just a little too late, but interesting stuff on the southern flank of this that might form behind, so. We can be up to close to this storm here in about 20 minutes. Just can't see, there's a lot of hail back there. A little rougher now. Thing that helps out today, this long train of convection behind. I mean, it looks like there's a whole other supercell forming on the backside. By the time we get to McMillin, the storm will have crossed the road to the north, and then we can go east and just not even be in much rain here. Chad, I think we have a funnel cloud. Chad, I think we have a little funnel cloud right there. High base, little funnel. Okay, it seems like it just roped out. There was definitely there's a little tiny little noodle there, but I only saw it for about like 10 seconds. Could have just been a shear funnel, but it seems like we might be getting a storm to form on this southern flank. So in that case, the southern storm might be the best one. Storm relative inflow is probably out of the southeast today. Maybe not. We'll just get up to that road and then go in between, because I think we just had a funnel cloud here. Right on the interface between the hail and the updraft. 1 mile till we're in McMillin, and then we go south. Random lightning bolt down south of me. There's spout potential down there too, but I think we're just going to go for the established storm now. Southern one should start to rain pretty heavily into this northern one here. Yeah, definitely a little new supercell forming on the southern fringe of that other storm. So we're definitely closer to this southern one now. It's got a scuddy base. Shocked though. Temperature 72, but we are in the outflow from those further north storms. So is this where I stopped? This is where I stopped after I missed everything on April 27th. Stopped at that gas station. All right, chat, let me fix you up. Then we'll go north. Well, I guess we're going east and then we'll go north. I'm gonna get on this puppy. Yeah, there's a pretty high base, but it's scuddy. Cold here because it rained, but it's really not that bad. According to my car, 72 degrees. Is that a little wall cloud up there on the edge? It's dark back there, but I don't see anything too definitive. We're still on the backside of this storm. Curious to see basically going to go right under this new updraft. And when we turn about 10 miles, the road spacings out here are pretty large. You can go quite a long time without finding a road. What is that? See a Scuddy lowering off to the left there. Kind of tucked just a little bit behind the rain. Is trying to produce really hard right now. There's another storm, excuse me, south of us too that could be back up, and we're getting hail to condensate some cloud, condense some clouds off that hail. That's got to be a cold downdraft, unfortunately, for tornadoes. This would not be a bad place to see a tornado. We're pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Seeing a ton of rising motion right there, guys. Seems like it might be outflow source though. There's a lot of rising motion in this base and sinking motion on the backside. What's interesting about these storms is they put quite the outflow boundary back to the west, but they really haven't pushed anything out east in front of them. Yet I'm not seeing any reports. I mean, we could probably get a land spout anywhere on this line here. Yeah, look at this stuff condensing back west there, or excuse me, north. My directions are all messed up, chat. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little swirly form underneath that. It's just a little rainy though. There is a little bit of a curl there. And rising motion into it. Oh, my steer thing turned off. Yeah, that's it's starting to surge out east now. Either an RFD surge or, you know, something like that. RFD surge, or it's just going outflow dominant. Seems like it's just being wrapped up all the way in. If this storm just goes straight north, that would be perfect for us. Because then it's going to parallel a road. I'm just worried it's going to cross that road before we can get to it. Definitely in an outflow RFD surge type mode here. I'll probably get another mount up on the side so I can just set you guys up on the side. So give me one moment to do that. Very large RFD surge type thingy here happening. Whoa. too far down. Let's see if we can't get this focus distance to be correct. Yeah, this mount is a little rough, chat, because you can see the thing, but bear with me. Nice updraft here. Yeah, it's trying to condense like a new supercell on that southern flank there. There's also that storm a little further south. I'm trying to go. I'm not even on the... Oh, the guard is on the other side of the white line. That's interesting. Yeah, this southern storm should have a better inflow now. That northern one's almost completely occluded behind. Another updraft forming here. Maybe there's some way I could do this better. If it went a little bit lower, it would be fine, but like if I could go down here, drop you guys down one. Okay, that's not bad. Got this big shelf supercell hybrid thingy moving through. Looks like it to be a new supercell trying to form on that southern flank. Yeah, but right on the interface here of the old outflow, and the original boundary, there's a little bit of a rotating couplet. Got a big bolt right on that tower, I think. 800 feet. Oh, that's right, we're back up. We came north, so we're now back in mountain time. So let's see. Man, it is really bright back there. There we go. All right, yeah, now it's not working too well, but I'll just move you guys to the forward one for the time being. Yeah, I kind of got a disconnected shelf now. Gonna need a southern flanking updraft to kind of repair this. Is that other one down by Tryon? North Platte's 84 over 57. Even up here is 84 over 58. So there's some high differences between our temperature and our dew point. I've never been on this road before. Let's hope it's good. There's 3 different sets of train tracks. One of them's blocked, so there's 2 different trains that could prevent us from getting to the other side in time. Also, that river looks a little high, but... And winds are blowing straight into our storm right now, which is a good sign. Clean off the windshield for you guys. I keep forgetting that every time I adjust the exposure, it changes the focus distance. So it makes everything look weird unless I immediately fix it. But I don't want everything to be, well, I don't want all my highlights to be blown out, so I fix my highlights quite often. It's a nice hill here. At least this road's paved. Maybe we can get a good view like on the other side of this little ridge. Little river valley there. Bit of a disconnected shelf cloud now. That northern storm's gonna like be completely occluded in the outflow of this storm. And there's another cell forming on the southern flank of the one we're on now, so pretty large shelf cloud here right on this boundary. Seems like the land spout time may have passed. Got a little bit of a weird configuration. That's not a hook echo on that storm. It's another storm flying into the other thing. That's not a hook though. I mean, this updraft is doing some goofy stuff. Look at what it's trying to do here. Got all these little nub funnels forming on the leading edge there. That little guy right there. No idea what that's about. But nice shelf cloud here crossing the road. I'm gonna find somewhere to stop and just watch everything for a minute. But, oh, look at that. Yeah, that thing's really bowing out, so we're gonna need a new storm to form either down here. What is this? That's a crazy reflection. Let me put you guys back. Got that like outflow surging south now. Looked really sharp for a moment there. The outflow is definitely a little bit of the head of the storms down here. Might be time to go south already. There's another updraft down by south of McMillin that's not doing too bad. Yeah, this is just surging south right now. Let's go here. So we're looking at this. Windshield's a mess. Sorry, Chet. Let's get this fixed up. Got like a new storm trying to form on the flank here, but looks like it's just gonna move straight north of this boundary. Like, that's gotta be some cold air back there because you're seeing clouds in the low levels moving away from the storm, even on the southern flank. And there's a big updraft down south. I mean, it could be that you're getting just could be we're trying to get a new storm up here. It could be outflow dominant. The sandhills do like to condense a lot of clouds on these little hills and stuff. To me, I'm thinking we'll go south now because the way that this is blowing, I think it's just a little too much southward motion. Like, look at that. That thing's almost a vertical wall of cold air there. Yeah, and then further north, that shelf is really ragged. Let's go back down to that storm down by McMillin. cold for this storm. I mean, it might catch up north, but then we're completely cut off. So there's this other base down here. That lowering there is kind of another storm trying to form here. I think we're gonna mess with this guy for a minute. Orange sector still got clouds. There's even maybe a little lowering way down there, if you guys can see that. That is a very strong outflow surge that this storm's producing now. Seriously, I don't know why my wipers won't clear off the smudge. This is horrible. Yeah, there's like a really, really distant lowering there. You guys see that? Wait, what is these elk walking through? Look at that. There were elk here. I don't think I've ever seen an elk here. Or is that a... Wait. Yeah, that's an elk. What the heck? What are you guys doing here? My territory. That's not a mule deer. That is definitely an elk. I didn't realize they had them. Where are we? Are we in Cherry County? We're south of Cherry County. That's surprising to me. Where's my water? Alright, fly, I get it. There you go. The fly was sitting in here the entire time, and then just now he's like, alright, I'm ready to go. It's okay, man, I respect it, I guess. I respect it. Not terribly sold on any of these northern ones yet. I think we'll just go across this road here, get on the hill, and then look around. North, we're probably not going to see anything, so it's going to be this stuff west of us. I think this outflow might be a little strong for land spouts. That storm down by North Platte looks nice. Our storm here is forming right on this boundary. Yeah, this storm here, guys, is forming right on like the boundary. It's just going with the boundary now. Well, if we go back west, we can head towards Tryon. It's not too far. It's like an hour, not even. It's probably like 30 minutes, yeah. Yeah, I think it's time to just race south because this outflow here, I'm gonna show you guys. There is that line there is our outflow from these storms. That is all cold air rushing out. And that's just not gonna be conducive for tornado events. Whoa. See a little swirl in the clouds just ahead of this storm, chat. Do you see it? swirl up there. Yeah, I think we're gonna go southwest. Or we're gonna go west and then south because I think we want to get on that storm up there down by North Platte. Don't see that little swirl anymore because this is all just cold outflow. I want to see how cold it is on the cool side. Looks like another little boundary here. There's like a boundary intersection too, right where we're at. We're just gonna get south here. I just don't like all this cold air up here. Gotta be chilly back there. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this storm is right on the cool side. Let's see, there's a guy way off to the left there. Maybe we can get a lucky interaction off this outflow. It's going to be tough though because I imagine it's pretty strong. My car here is now was measuring 80. Let's see what happens as we get under that cold air. Down to 75 already. The storm seems to be modifying everything fairly nicely. Seems to be yeah, that cold air is especially impinging with northward extent. It's not really flying that much south. So let's go back down towards McMillin. Hopefully we don't encounter any massive hail or anything. storm's really modified that outflow, or that other boundary. There's another little boundary, it looks like, stretching southeast from the northern flank of the storm. I would love to get around. It's a passing zone, but I literally can't see down the hill. Alright, it seems like we're starting to condense. See that thin line there? That might be a little inflow tail trying to condense. Fortunately, it seems like we're going to have to try and race the hail for it. That storm down by North Platte's already severe one. North Platte's like an hour away, so we can get down there pretty quickly. I think we'll go see this storm, and if it doesn't look great, we'll just go south. Yeah, there really wasn't much harm in going north early. Punch this thing before it gets too downdraft heavy. 4 miles and then we'll go south here, chat. 4 miles. No, I got bots. No. Dang. Alright. Need to get a mod. Need a mod. Alright, chat. Man, this thing's kind of leaving the boundary behind now. Let's try and punch through it, Mullen. And we might just have to go to Tryon and then go east. Southern Nebraska Panhandle. Northeast Colorado stuff. Yeah, I'm wondering if this guy's leaving the boundary behind too. Who would like to be a mod? So Roland, Iowa near Ames get hit. I'm not thinking there's going to be much severe weather in that area. Maybe tomorrow afternoon, but definitely not from today's stuff. is this downdraft getting heavy, but the storm's jumping off the boundary, so we might just have to jump off of it. Back south here. Since this updraft's pushing northwest, we're really not going to be in much of the core or anything. It's right on that boundary now. It's trying to hook and stay on the boundary. We're gonna go right between what looks like the hail core and the storm's base here. I mean, it's got a hook right on that boundary. It just looks like it's gonna move across it though. Base does not look too tornado-y on this guy. Unless that's a little weak nub funnel up there. I don't think it is. It just seems like inflow. Yeah, this is definitely a baby storm still. Definitely a baby storm. I think we're going to head down to that severe one by North Platte. There looks like there's a little couplet on radar straight ahead. On like another updraft on the boundary. Oh, that was hail. Oh, we're finding that hail. Take me out of the hail. Hopefully Starlink's okay. Clouds are all rushing away in the rain. Don't see any dirt whirlies or anything. I think we're set. Yeah, I think this thing's just right on the cold side of the boundary now. just to my right. Allegedly. I think this guy's just a little small here. And there's that fine line outflow that's just way... Storm's just on the cold side of that. I mean, it's going to be tough to see even if there was a weak tornado from that little thing along the boundary, just because it's rained here. Bet this thing's not too bad if we get a little further south. Yay. Okay, I think we're gonna go down towards I need to update my target to hide target. I guess I should probably set it to be Tryon, Nebraska. Should probably update it. Alright. Get down maybe another mile and see how this storm looks. It is blasting away from us. Real good place to pull off on this road though, right here. I know my GPS is going crazy right now because it just told me it's like you're driving through a field right now, you get stuff. I'm not in a field, I'm on a road. Should we round this corner maybe? All these little things here. Yeah, this storm doesn't look too amazing. Still flip back around once I can find an actual spot to flip around. I think there's a spot right here. There we go. Zoom in just a tad so you don't have to deal with the annoying block on the screen. Alrighty. What the? Chat, what are we looking at? I want you to tell me. What is this? It's like a little low wall cloud. Look at that. It's pulling air in, not very strongly. Let me grab a picture of this. We drove right next to that. It looks like there is maybe some weak rotation on it. It's just back behind the boundary, so it looks pretty stable everywhere else. Or is it just getting shelled out and pushed towards us? It seems like it's pushing out on the backside towards us almost. That's so weird. time I've seen a storm do this. It's got to be just like a little lower and it's getting blasted by outflow. I have nothing that I've seen that's tried to do something like this, where it's had that wall cloud and then just get completely smashed on the leading edge by outflow like that. Definitely a strange storm, and then off to the left it looks like there's somewhere that's trying to wrap up also here. What a weird little interaction that was. Here, show you guys. Just off to the can't get too much further back because of the mud, but we're like, yeah, so that was just like a little wall cloud that got just destroyed by outflow. And then we've got this over here. There was some rotation on that flank, but now it just looks like outflow again, so. What a weird little storm there. Yeah, I got a couple shots, Katsu. Got some, just because I'm not sure what it's doing. It had to be just a wall cloud that formed like from the cold air and then just got slammed by that previous storm's outflow. Everything is racing away from the storm now though, so. Time to go south. Everything here's stable. Time to go south. Great view here. Got some awesome flies buzzing into the shot. I mean, just everything you would want on a storm chase. All right, let's turn around, go south to a storm that's actually in the warm sector. I am lord of the flies right now. They're everywhere. Hey, get out of my car. There we go, they're out of my car. I can't believe it worked. Cannot believe that worked, chat. I got my dash cam up and running too, actually. Did we get a split down there? Yeah, all this stuff north is way back behind the line now. And it looks like there's like a secondary boundary that's clashing in from the west. Interesting up here. Up here is definitely looking a little more cooked, shall we say. Look at those little tiny updrafts by McCook, Nebraska. Keep at this as long as possible. tall tops, they must just be reorganizing. They might cross the road right as we get to Tryon. We might have timed this perfectly on accident, guys. I love when that happens. I wonder if there was a land spout out here and just nobody saw it. Like, I feel like that's definitely possible in the sand hills. It couldn't have been a very strong one, though. Let's go down south. Well, I really don't think that 10% tornado that NATOcast is throwing out is going to verify. Get something else. I got some great shots of whatever that storm was trying to do. Let's get on our what should be the supercell of the day. We're heading down now towards Tryon. I'm thinking this is going to be the main show. That was always the plan, was to go north to see if we could get a spout and jump back south. A couple storms out by Broken Bow too. Some open warm sector stuff forming. 86/60. Kind of is a little secondary boundary tucked through there, isn't there? Or you're just getting good enough convergence from the winds wrapping back north to the northwest. What I kind of want to do is chase as close to Interstate 80 as I can, because that should be the fastest way out to whatever target. I mean, we might just be forced into southwestern Minnesota. Just because. I mean, one time I chased North Dakota, southwestern North Dakota, and then the next day I chased southeastern Kansas, so. definitely can make it pretty far. Minneapolis is like 9 hours away. Our target's probably not that far. 8 hours is still a heck of a drive, and then, but if we do go to like the northern Illinois area, it gets to be a little far. That's 11 hours out. And what about Indiana's like 13? So we might be forced to play the Minnesota surface low target. That or Illinois. We won't really be able to decide late tomorrow. We'll have to decide tonight. But I think the surface low is just going to be easier to chase. Just with distance. Stuff's looking a little bit more solid down south now than it was when we first left. Tomorrow in Minnesota, we might be in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, southeastern Missouri. I mean, Minnesota to Missouri is not horrible. And we'll have a couple hours of drive time. Just might not get a lot of sleep over the next 3 days, which will be fine. But after that, everything kind of slows down, and it should be a little bit more relaxed chasing instead of driving halfway across the country every day. Thursday's Minnesota, Friday's like Southern Illinois, Saturday's probably Texas. To go even further south. Those broken bow storms aren't looking too bad. Might have to go down a little further south. I mean, I guess we could technically make it out to broken bow. There wasn't even a single night spot today. South at these storms, they don't look that great. See all these little updrafts getting disconnected. Great day. It's a gorgeous day. I'm starting to lose faith in tornado potential. There are a lot of updrafts going up east of us though, guys. A lot of updrafts trying to go up east. This stuff down here is trying really hard. It's just not quite. It's just not sustaining itself. Shocked that there's a 5% tornado risk still. Let's get on this guy down south. This updraft that we're coming on the back side of here. Once we get underneath this thing, look how tiny it is, but see all the way up. Very small updraft, but it is tall. Just seems to be struggling to pull in enough air at the surface. Had a really powerful surge. Okay, we're approaching this other updraft now. Down here are just struggling a little more. They're getting their act together though. This might be a minute. It's only 5:30. Updraft here. Really high base storms though. Alright, if I remember correctly, Hopefully they don't intensify in the 20 minutes I'm going to go under them with. Yo, PDS turkey, PDS turkey. Watch out, big man. Wow. PDS turkey intercept. Can't think of anything happening involving a storm chaser and a turkey in recent memory. Nothing. Now there's a cat. That cat does not care. Just side-eyed me the whole way through. What was that about? Look at that. You can see that storm off in the distance. I believe that's that severe warning thunderstorm near Broken Bow and Sargent, Nebraska. That thing looks strong. I don't think we'll be able to make it over there, though. I guess we could. We can go through Arnold. We're gonna make it up to Taylor. Let's just get on this stuff down here first. We're getting a lot of mergers, chat. So that kind of begs the question. We're starting to get a lot of initiation on this boundary now. That kind of begs the question. I expect everything to really conglomerate between Tryon and North Platte. Now the question is, do we go east at this intersection or south? I think we go south. But it's going to be highway chasing with a lot of chasers because I know this was the main target today. Go south. This might get its act together here. Morning hail, pea size, nothing too big. Man, I'm hungry, chat. I'm starving. getting a intensity increase across the board down here. Still, I don't think 84 over 57 is gonna be tornado, but you never know. You never know. I like how golden this road looks, how dark it is out ahead. Nice little contrast there. Has got some potential too. We're now racing for a boundary collision between a left mover north of Tryon and outflow southeast. Excuse me, south of Mullen. Hopefully that southern outflow wins. Seems like it is moving slightly faster. The storm has really intensified right as we're about to go through it, so let's hope hail's not too big. And then our kind of last resort will probably end up being that McCook storm. Underneath this storm. That's that McCook one down there. At least I think so. Maybe not. There's a couple other updrafts trying to form down there. Yeah, once we get all these mergers done, this could be a really pretty storm. Just gotta punch through here. Time to punch it. Size hail here, it looks like. Hopefully we don't run into anything too much larger than this. Whoa, great bolt right up there. Most of the hail's off the east. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. What's he doing? That hail's gonna hurt. Because we just initiated a bunch of storms. Hail. This is probably what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at for that 5% tornado. They kept mentioning you want to get as far, like, you know, the southern supercell might have the best potential. This is probably going to be that southern supercell. There might be one a little further south, but it doesn't seem to be that great right now. Keep pushing south here. I expect once this merges, we should get a severe warning again. Is really trying to just conglomerate here. It might even be too much. All these little updrafts just trying to go. I guess the Goodland radar might be a better one to use than the supercell. Getting that boundary collision back to the north now. I wonder what happens there. Initiating into this storm here. Alright. Another base of a developing storm that we're underneath. Pretty flat now. Boundary seems like it's trying to line up here. Don't tell me it's doing the whole. Alright, I was gonna say, if it's not fixed focus. What's going on down this little tiny storm here? hail's already bigger than the stuff that we were seeing earlier. severe warning that storm to the north. Let's get just the other side of this. I'm trying to get some good shots here. Sandhills are gorgeous for slow moving storms. There's just a lot of people out. I don't think there's been a tornado warning, at least in the southern target area yet. Like a somewhere to pull off here, this would be like a perfect spot. Very high based grinder though. Let's go a little further down. Kind of want to get ahead because it seems like might get rain on us up there. This whole boundary down to this, like, see that big line of clouds there? Just new storms trying to form constantly. It's gonna hurt supercell potential. If the cap was a little bit stronger, it'd be better today. Just up here, once we get on the other side of this cloud base, I mean, we might still get landspout potential in the back, but I feel like if we didn't get one up north, it's going to be tougher to get one down south here. I want to get just outside of the base here, guys. Why is everybody going north? What? Oh, are they trying to go through this storm for some reason? Find like a little pull off here, and we'll turn around and show you guys exactly what we're dealing with. There's one right up here, it looks like. We just missed one, but this one up here doesn't look half bad. Problem with these high base storms is you gotta get like so far off of them to, I feel like, get great structure shots. Like, it's tough for me to show anything because of how close we are to our little base here. Got these well-textured skies here. It really reminds me of that earlier day down in southern Texas. Looks like there might be a wildfire going on, chat. Hold on. Maybe lightning strike caused a fire over there. Not see that when I was pulling up. There's like a good amount of motion right in front of us here. Get like a high-based funnel or two. Kind of that RFD. I think that is a lightning fire down there. I mean, there's a lot of real estate to work with for a land spout on this little flanking line here. Yeah, I think that this got a little RFD cut going on right there. A little weak hook echo on radar. Closed. Huh. Land spout potential is still there. And it is dry enough here, like just kind of really tough to identify where one's gonna happen beforehand. God, we could maybe get like a hybrid type of event off this supercell. I think I'm gonna back up just a little more. Just worried that I'm gonna miss. The little rotating eddy back there is just super high based. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be our storm for a while here. Should be moving north. I kind of want to back off though. Just really worried that we're going to get a little weak dirt whirly from that, and I'm gonna miss it. It's still very high based though. Just gotta look all along the boundaries here for little dirt whirlies. All right, I think I am gonna back off just for a second here, chat. It's kind of this whole boundary there could just be trying to produce a land spout at any time, and it's going to be tough to sniff it out beforehand. So yeah, we're gonna go like 2 miles down this way. I think I got a really photogenic storm to show you guys here. 2 miles, maybe 3 miles. I love chasing this area. getting into this Virga from these other updrafts. Yeah, that northern storm that was severe warn's already dead. Southern storm always wins. Well, not always, but in this case, it's gonna win almost every time. Alrighty, let's I want to turn around here and show you guys what I'm seeing. I still need a couple more miles. This is our storm right now. This thing's gonna be a beauty. This thing's gonna survive. Hey, okay, we're gonna go a little further south because we've got to get like just a tad further south to get the best view. This thing's gonna be a great storm here in probably an hour. Like, this is gonna be, as long as these other storms to the south don't interfere much, it's gonna be a potential great sunset structure candidate. Yo, another turkey. Never stop chasing turkeys. Let's clear off the old windshield here. Is that a chip? Getting sprinkles from other storms that are trying to form to the south. Hopefully they stay weak, but it looks like they're continuing to intensify, which could put us into a bit more of a messy mode here shortly. All right, next pull off we see where is that next pull off? Oh, there's one up here. Why is it illegal to go up here? I don't understand. Why can't I go on the second road? This guy looks pretty promising. This is our whole storm. It's a broad base right now, chat. It's all the way out. It goes like all the way across the sky pretty much. I'm gonna wipe down the windshield, guys. I'll be right back. I can see another fire, it looks like. Yeah, these are getting lightning fires. I'll be right back. Hopefully the lightning doesn't catch me on fire. guys. It's just looking a little linear and disorganized at the moment, but it's a pretty large base. That other one southwest doesn't look too bad either. I'm gonna get a couple shots of this real quick. This guy's getting noisy. Sounds more like a supercell than anything else we've seen today. I think we're gonna get a really pretty storm here in an hour, guys. It's just a little high base, but maybe once temperatures cool off, we can get rid of some of this cloud debris, and then also lower to the ground a little. Look at all those bolts. Look at all those bolts. There is a fire truck pulling up here, I think. That's what it looks like to me. Do they do just a really broad base here on this storm? Wow, that was close. Storm down by Wellfleet's looking better too. This thing is dropping a ton of bolts right there. Was your drive to North Platte personal or business? It was business. Business, 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 business. Okay, starting to get some rain as one of those other storms from the south tries to merge in. Hopefully it goes without a hitch. The storm's trying to lower. You can see those little tendrils right up ahead there. That storm's trying to pull in some cooler air and lower to the ground. It's just struggling still. It's really trying to. It's just not quite doing it. Doing the same thing that those northern storms did, where it was looking pretty linear. We might go south again, because I think that these southern updrafts are not too intense, but I feel like we could maybe get a land spout along the flanking line boundary of this storm. Is that a little funnel cloud up there? Tucked right behind that. Look at those bolts, man. It's really trying to keep touch. It really is, but the main reason I'm staying here is I'm worried that there's going to be a landspout try to form on this southern flank of this updraft. I mean, it's going to be tough too with the rain, but there was a storm like this that kind of did something similar where the rain actually helped produce a landspout in Fort Stockton Day. It was the only tornado, I think, that day. And that thing is just trying so hard to draw that air in. It might be time to go down towards Wellfleet. But seriously, there's a 46 dew point. That's got to be the cool side. 88 over 60. Look at that little inflow SLC thing there. Don't want to leave this just yet. I think I know what's going to happen though. It's just going to repeat what happened north, and we're just going to have to keep dropping south for forever. But every time that a storm does this, the outflow surge is quicker. There's much more of it. Seeing rising motion in there. On the southern flank. Almost looks like there's rotation back there. Or it's just getting hit with outflow. Might be an outflow surge. Bolts are hitting all around us now, guys. Oh, these are so close, man. It just seems like an outflow surge. It's a nice broad updraft. might be just too much going on to get a land spot right now. I'm not gonna get outside because of all the lightning, but that's what we're looking at right now. Kind of the old occlusion right there with like almost a little funnel coming out of the bottom. Rotating weekly. Look at that. That's our storm. We just need to hang on to its identity for just a little bit. Might be wise to drop one more storm south. There's also this little weird inflow thing, a little swirly right there. I mean, these bolts are just insane. Great texture on this guy. South, or do we stay? Based on radar, we're gonna go south. Give it 2 minutes and we'll go south, because it's just repeating the same cycle that those other storms did north. Another lightning fire, it looks like, off to the west. I'm probably not gonna chase after darks too much today, because it would be a pain to get to. It would be a pain to get to Minnesota if we stay here too long. I mean, it's got some really nice structure on it. Just getting rain now from the south. Like another strong downdraft in the RFD. Every once in a while I'm seeing like a little funnel on the edge of the edge of the base, and it gets me all like excited, and then it turns out to be nothing. Apparently there's a little eddy of rotation off to the left somewhere. I think that lady took one look at my car and decided I am not going that way. I think we're watching this thing kind of lose its grip a little. Yeah, let's go south. There's a nice supercell blowing up south of North Platte. South of North Platte. always south of North Platte. I gotta back out here. We just want to be on a lone supercell that survives till about sunset. Maybe it can have a couple partners, but 81 over 56. I think that Stapleton Storm North is going to be too messy. I was really hoping it would be this one. This one looks really nice. It's just going to get rained out by these other ones, I think. You can kind of see the base of that storm way off in the distance on the bottom right side of the screen there. These storms are like barely moving today, which normally would be fine, but just a little too outflow dominant. Moisture was a little bit higher, we'd be okay. If moisture was like 10 degrees higher, we'd be perfect. Up there. Let's get down to this one south of North Platte. I mean, we might have to go all the way down to Maplewood or Maywood, excuse me, not Maplewood. West of us doesn't look that great. We'll continue onward, although this next radar scan I do expect it to be much improved. Maybe we could just sit north of North Platte and watch this guy roll in, but could even roll, like, go west on the backside. I bet that would be pretty. We kind of got a lot of options with storms moving this slow. Lightning fires today. Storms are prolific lightning producers and they're not moving. So you're getting the same dry areas hit over and over and over. We just want to find a really pretty storm at sunset now. I think we've switched from, I still don't believe in that 5% tornado, but that 5% tornado is for closer to evening. We're rounding out about 6:30 right now. It's almost 7 o'clock. The low-level jet's set to ramp up more in the southern areas. It's just not going to ramp up that much. And supercell wind profiles are better down south. I'm just worried that that storm all the way near McCook is too far south. If I can actually get a shot of the storm over McCook. It's not that great of a shot. Pretty wide base on it though. could be the one all the way down by Wellfleet, legitimately. Storms are that high base that I would not be surprised if I could see it 20 miles away. I think we'll just get south of North Platte, because then that opens up the most amount of options. Of course, it's going to be horrible if we go south through North Platte and then back north through North Platte, but that Wellfleet storm doesn't look terrible. Strong back there. I really don't understand the northward motion of the chasers. I think we all want to be south, no? These storms start off having like really sharp, really nice looking reflectivity signatures, and then as they go on, they just get so many storms to merge south into them that they just completely lose the shape on radar. And then they get these inflow dominant looks to them. Mayfleet storm. I mean, they don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for, or watch for even that Cozad, the county that Cozad's in. Is it Buffalo County? I don't remember. I forgot my Nebraska counties. I used to know them all. What am I doing? Yeah, so that storm we were looking at south is actually that one way down by McCook. Got a couple updrafts going up here. I just don't like getting on the farthest southern storm most of the time. Get down south side of North Platte. Oh, watch out, Mr. Pigeon. Storms, but not a ton happening underneath them. That first one probably had that best wall cloud, but we were on the back side. There could have been a land spout somewhere, honestly, but those sand hills, sometimes it's tough to get a good viewing point. I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen any tornado reports or heard anything, so maybe not. Kind of makes me wonder though, how many tornado events used to go unnoticed up in the sandhills because nobody would chase them. Imagine being a chaser in like the 70s and then chasing the sandhills for the first time. That's gotta be horrible. I mean, I guess like, I don't know, I guess you didn't have a cell phone then, so you didn't need cell service. There we go. They just warned that one south of us. It's literally heading straight for North Platte. Well, why not? Let's get down to that one. Maybe we can get something off of that. It's going to be in place as that low-level jet. Those low-level winds ramp up. Dang. Sure. Yeah, pretty weak shear, the lower layers of the atmosphere. atmosphere. Now let's go up 2 hours. Get that decoupling. And it's just still not that great. Although the models are much more progressive with these storms really haven't moved. They've basically just been sitting over the same area. I think we'll just go as far south as we can. Somebody reported 1/2-inch hail. What does it warn for? 1.25-inch hail? I mean, we could go around. Could go around. Gotta prep for a long night. I didn't have any energy drinks today to save for tonight for the long drive out to Minnesota or potentially even Illinois, Indiana. It's gonna be a haul. There's a lot of people who didn't chase today just because it's gonna be super, super far out. But I felt like I could probably do it, so I'll be brave. I'll try it. It's only one. We're not even gonna have to pull an all-nighter for it. It might just be a night with like 5 hours of sleep. Just definitely not ideal, but not horrible. South here. Man, I ate Qdoba here for lunch. I was ahead of the game. Should have just sat here. Nah, I probably would have worked out the same. That scooters a couple times. There's a great Italian place in town. Can't remember what it's called. Gone there probably 3 or 4 times. And I only found it last year, so every time I go to McCook, it just slipped my mind today for whatever reason. Whew. Some nice downdrafts on that storm there. We got this other one to the west. Never get a great storm near North Platte. I feel like they're always 2 counties north or 2 counties south. Yeah, like that boundary is initiating new storms all the way, like 2 more storms down. What time is it? 6:36. Let's go to Fat Dogs and get some gas. I'm at about a 1/2 a tank. I just want to be safe here and then just hit the road immediately once the chase ends. Fat Dogs, you are nowhere. What a great gas station. Alright, I'm going to disconnect you guys from Wi-Fi. It's going to cut out for a minute because Starlink will go offline while I'm doing this. So, let's just go in and get some gas right here. right, chat. Let's reassess here. Sorry, I got hungry, so I went and got some food, and I got the energy drink now, so I won't have to get it later. I'll drink a Celsius warm, especially the mango lemonade ones. All right, I'm gonna have to get Starlink prepped for boot up. It's never as easy as I wish it was. All right, yeah, let's go south, chat. We're going south. Hopefully we can avoid the big hail, but there should be a really nice supercell here for a while. Hopefully it survives for a while. But the reddest hot dog I've ever seen, so I'm a bit worried it's a little spicy, but didn't say it was, so. As long as it's not like a ghost pepper, I'm chilling. If it is, you might not hear from me for the rest of my life. I might be unable to speak. Turning, going straight it is. I actually don't understand why this hot dog is as red as it is. It's like they dyed the outside. Probably not good for my cancer odds in the future, but I'm hungry. I can already tell this is going to be really nice. Hopefully it survives. Hopefully it survives till we get there. Starting to occlude stuff and not seeing really any inflow, so it should be around for at least 30 more minutes, I would think. Guy behind me really wants to get around, so let's let him. Can't lie, chat, that hot dog at the spot, I was hungry. drive into them yet because tomorrow's drive I'm probably not going to have time to stop and get real food, so I had time just then, so I figured why not. The good news is if this does end early, we will be able to get an early head start for tomorrow, because tomorrow's kind of a haul. And I pretty much have to decide tonight. Oh, wait, is there a land spout? Chad, I think there's a land spout. I think there's a land spout right there. Hold on, let me zoom in. I think we're on the board for today, chat. There's definitely a land spout. We have a land spout right now, tornado on the ground, just behind these trees here. See it? Got a land spout tornado right now, chat. Land spout tornado. Land spout tornado right there. Tornado on the ground, tornado on the ground. We have a tornado right now. Time is 6:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hopefully, let's check. Where's my phone at? Here, I'll set you guys back. We have a land spout right now. Holy cow, we have a land spout. Please don't be clogged with trees, man. I gotta get through. All right, we gotta turn around here. We're not gonna be able to see it from here. All right, I'm gonna get to a viewing spot and then we'll report. Oh my goodness, man, this is a great land spout. I knew we had land spout potential today. Look, guys. We have a land spout right now. Land spout tornado. Land spout right now, guys. Look at that hollow little dust tube. Holy cow, look at it, guys. Tornado on the ground right now. How is the best way to get to this? Got a land spout tornado. Still seems like it's still on the ground for sure. How do we get to it from here, guys? I want to get a little closer. There's no roads that take us. I mean, I guess we could go take the interstate, but I think it's going to be gone by then, so we're just going to sit and watch. I might back up a little bit so that we're not behind, or pull up a little bit, I mean, so we're not behind that pole. There it goes. There it is, right there. Tornado on the ground, guys. How did we get a tornado? I was like wrapping it up. Holy cow. I think it's too far back to be over the lake. Yep. Still going back there. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any way we can get to it. All right, it's still barely visible there. All right, guys, we're gonna just make a call since it's not very photogenic right now. I'm just gonna say, let's go towards Sutherland on Interstate 80. Goes towards Sutherland on Interstate 80, and maybe it picks up some more dust, or maybe somewhere down the line there's another attempt at a spout. I knew there was spout potential today. My goodness, man. Finally, a good forecast for spouts. I've been whiffing on spouts all year. Yeah, I didn't really get the best shots of it, but who cares? We're on the board. One chase, one tornado for this trip. You're turning, so I'm good to go. I don't really see it anymore. It's still going though, like it's very faint. It must be over something where it's just not, because it's still definitely going right now. It's just really, really faint that we're gonna have to get closer to see anything. So I'll pull you guys back out here, and then I'm gonna bring up the exposure because it was getting blown out by the phone. So we're just gonna maybe see if this storm base can do it again. I love land spouts, man. I love my land spouts. Okay, we're gonna hopefully get around. really see it anymore. It's still on the ground. We're gonna get up to it. It's still picking dust up. It's kicking dust up again. Oh man, I'm gonna hit this light, aren't I? I just want to go west on 80. It's like 10 miles west. Hopefully this light, I don't think this light was too long. Hopefully I'm good by the time I hit this light. Come on. Let's go. We're gonna get around here. There might be is that a new one or the same one? Hopefully I can stay on greens here, guys. No, they both, well, at least they both went yellow. Look at this, guys. Look at this land spout here over the trees. Can't quite see it now. Is there a way I can just go west here? I think I can actually. I'm just gonna go west. Here we go, guys. We got a land spout tornado right behind these trees here. See it? Just peeking through. We're gonna get past through here. Get closer, hopefully. It's getting narrow though. Land spout tornado ongoing, still there. Soon do we pass through trees and everything. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Man, I wish we were through these trees. Look at that tornado. Gorgeous land spout tornado off in the distance. Get me through these trees, man. Come on. When do these trees end? Do these trees ever end? Did I pick a road filled with trees? I just want to get a view, actually. Okay, let's just pop you guys up a little. Grab a photo here. It's getting narrow. It's getting narrow, guys. Come on, man. This dude's going slow. He's going 10 under. Come on, can we speed up, man? There's a tornado on the ground. No warning. No respect for it. And we're going to be stuck behind this long line of cars. Without a view, no less. Are you kidding? This guy could go right. He's just not. Turn, man. Let's go. Let's go. What was... Come on, just go. It's probably dead by now, honestly. There's so much space to go and none of these people are. I don't see it. Yeah, it's dissipating. Dang it. Of course now we get the break. Yeah, definitely a dissipating land spout right there, guys. Just through these trees. Could get another one maybe. That was on the ground probably 10 minutes. Let's see if we can't get another one. Oh, there is another one. There's another one right next to it. Hold on. Can you even see that? Look, there's a really faint one right next to it. Look. There's another very faint land spout right there. Right next to it, on the edge of the dissipating one. I think we've seen two or three land spouts so far. My gut is 2 though. Can you even see it? Like, it's very, very faint. We're just gonna get close to this updraft because this updraft wants to produce tornadoes. Let's get next to it. Oh my gosh, it's got a funnel. Oh my goodness, guys, it's got a funnel. Of course we hit the trees right as this happens. Look at that really thin needle funnel right there. Very thin funnel. Look at that funnel, guys. Very faint. Almost down to the ground now. Let's pull back the exposure. Look at that ropey funnel. It's almost down to the ground. Look at that funnel. What is going on, man? I can't find anywhere to pull off. I'm just gonna go on this very narrow shoulder here. Grab a couple stills here. Another tornado. This is number 2. Tornado number 2. Very thin needle funnel. Get my tighter zoom lens real quick. We'll keep getting closer. Oh, I gotta fix the thing. Sorry about that, guys. How much is the zoom on this? 70. What's the zoom on this? 70. Okay, they're both 70. right, guys. Land spot number 2. There weren't any trees. Look at that. We're probably only about 4 or 5 miles away. That's tornado number 2, guys. Maybe number 3. Starting to weaken. To get south soon, but I don't have oh, it's really starting to rope out now, guys. Be underneath if another one tries to form here. My phone is dead. My other one is. Wouldn't be surprised to see another one. We're just starting to get a lot of precip from this storm. And I'm having a tough time finding a road that I can actually take south. It's still there, it's just the funnel's gone. I would love if my phone would yeah, it's still there. Funnel's stretching back down now. Kind of see it there, guys. Very thin funnel, I know. We're just trying to get close to it. Bird. See it there? Hopefully we're on fixed. Yes, we are. More dust pulled in now. cow, guys. Great land spout. Land spout tornado. Wow, man. I want to get up and stop and get a shot on the next hill. It's fully condensed pretty much. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Look at that. I'll be right back. And then we'll go a little further. Incredible land spout tornado right now. Seriously, guys, what is happening? Let's get a little closer. Oh my goodness, it's perfect, dude. Oh my goodness, man. What a year already, and it's only mid-May. That's not dangerous at all. There's another funnel on the left, guys. Grabbing some stills, guys. shot, guys. Are you seeing this? Look at that perfect tornado. Oh my goodness, chat. It's starting to try and rope out now. Trying to rope out now, chat. Wow, man. Take you guys out. There she is. There might be a fire down there or another weak one. I can't tell if that's fire or spout. Look at that. Whoa, that's some big hail. Sorry guys, I'm gonna get another shot with this disconnected look on my main camera. Okay, we're getting like quarter-sized hail. Oh dude, it is perfect. We're gonna drop a little south. I wanna get out of the rain's way, but look at that, guys. Photo of this before it quits. That's a perfect tornado, man. All right, we're gonna. Is it like supercell hybrid? All right, we gotta get moving here soon. Here comes the MP. And it's still going. Shot real quick. perfect. There it goes. Got the rope out. Yeah, it's fire down there for sure. Wow, man. What a tornado. Let's see if I can set you guys still here. Shots on the line. This is unreal, man. I don't know how it's still going. Let me fix this. It just won't quit. It's fully touching down right now, chat. I couldn't figure out why my phone wasn't charging, and then I realized, oh man, it's not even plugged in, so couldn't make any reports during that. I don't care how many tornadoes we see tomorrow, this is so worth it, man. Just an unreal land spout. This is like a long land spout too, on the ground at least 20 minutes now. Maybe 23 minutes. All right, I think I'm gonna try and mount you guys. Holy cow, guys, look at that perfect tornado. Oh. I can't believe this is happening right now, man. This is like my dream tornado right here. Just a long rope. Here, give me 1 second, chat. I want to get the drone out, but I feel like by the time I do that, it's going to be gone. Here, I'm gonna go set up my main camera for video. I'll be right back. Yeah. My tripod. Did I not bring my tripod? Uh-oh. Where the heck's my tripod at? Alright, well. Don't worry, I'll show you the rope out. can't even zoom any more out. Chad, are you satisfied? Look at that tornado, guys. It's just unreal. I can't believe we're looking at this, guys. I mean, it just won't quit too. Like every time it seems like it's about to go away. Like I thought it was done there and it just tightened back up. I have to change the camera angle because it's too wide. Here, let me, I can do, that's how it looks all the way. Let's do, one seems about fine. There are flies everywhere, guys. I'm gonna take you guys outside of the car because I'm getting attacked by flies. Some pea-sized hail. No more stills, it's all about you guys now. Look at that. I can't believe we're watching this. Are we about to get... I lied about the no stills part. I gotta get some of that dusty rope out, man. What a freaking storm, guys. Look at that windy little rope. Oh my goodness, I've been waiting for a Nebraska day like this for years. This is one of the longest lived landspouts I've ever seen. Starting to get blasted by outflow though, it looks like. Let me zoom all the way to 70 on my camera. She goes, it looks like. Absolutely unreal tornado, guys. We had two at least, maybe three. And then I saw a funnel when this one was going on, but it, like a secondary funnel, but I didn't see anything get kicked up from it. There is a fire over there. There's a fire and then there's our old landspout. Starting to get some rain here. I think we're gonna take you guys back into the car and process what we just saw. Dude, what a day. It's not even over yet, and what a day. All right, it's definitely starting to die, guys. Just completely gone. It seems like that dust is now falling back to earth here. So we're gonna try and reassess because we might get another land spout attempt just south of us. So the key with these land spouts is to dive a little bit south once you're done with that one. I mean, it's still weakly rotating at the ground. I just don't want to be caught if a land spout forms on top of me, so we're gonna slide down a little bit. I can't believe I don't have my tripod with me. What a blunder. It is what it is. Gotta make the most out of these things. Taking you guys back to the original frame. We're gonna get down on the southern fringe of this, and holy cow, guys. Ryan Shaw sent you, I appreciate that. This is the United States. We are near North Platte, Nebraska. Thank you, Ryan. I really appreciate you, man. Really appreciate you, Ryan. Oh, we're getting hail. Thank you, Sin455. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ryan, for the raid. Thank you so much. Holy cow, guys. I cannot believe we just got that to happen. I had totally written today off. I literally went into the gas station and I got a hot dog, and I was eating a hot dog when this land spout started. Fun fact. That's how over I thought today was. We'll zoom back out just a tad so you guys don't get motion sickness. Holy cow. Let's see if we can't get one more. Got a nice little supercell overhead now anyway. That was unreal. I mean, that's like the land spout that I've always wanted. Hopefully it didn't hit anything. It didn't seem like, I mean, it's middle of nowhere, so hopefully it didn't, but I'm gonna transfer one of these files to my phone. Seriously, guys, what the heck was that? That was awesome. I gotta calm down. I gotta focus. I gotta recenter. Was this my new camera or my? I think this is the. I think this is the that other one. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna fix the zoom real quick. It's just really bumpy on this road. Did I have? Bumpy road, chat. Just want to get out of the hail. Starlink will work better once we're out of the hail. Thank you, Valerie, for the $10 Venmo donation for hot dogs and spouts. I really appreciate that. Dude, always chase Nebraska. It doesn't matter. Just chase Nebraska. Great things will happen. I made that mistake. Last time when I didn't chase Nebraska, and then it was a terrible experience. Let's flip back around up here in probably about a mile. Let's flip back around here in probably a mile. Yeah, I mean, we're in the valley, but it could yield some pretty shots. I hope David got that too. I know David was out today. He texted me, let's hope everybody scores big. I was not expecting that. All right, guys, this is our storm that we're dealing with right now. That is our supercell. This mount is bothering me a little bit. Here we go. Probably be a little prettier if we backed off a little more. I'm gonna switch my cameras out to wide angle. I got rated by flies as well, so. Got a little curly back right there. Definitely a supercell we got now. I can't believe that land spout lasted that long. Normally you see a land spout, it's like a 2-3 minute event. Oh, there we go, tornado warning. Is there something going on up north? Hold on, I haven't opened radar in like 5 years, I can't lie. You don't need radar with land spouts. I think it's definitely transitioning to more of a supercell tornado threat here. I can't even think of like a good adjective that's not incredible or amazing. All right, chat, let's get ourselves resituated here. I think I'm gonna switch to wide angle. We've definitely got a very photogenic supercell in front of us. I switched everything to be the really tight lens for obviously that land spout tornado, which we were like 10 miles away from at the start. I think there were 2, maybe 3, but nevertheless, I'm gonna switch everything out. I'll be right back. Camera 2 is... All right, both cameras are set. I'm gonna get a wide angle shot of this storm, and I'll be right back. I just got bit by a fly. All right, I think the best angle to view this supercell is going to be southeast. It's moving away from us here, but I want to get a little further east. Hey.
You're very close to it?
Not super close.
Yeah, it's kind of in a bad spot. There's not a damn road around it.
Yeah, there was no way to get to it, but it was on the ground for like, what, 15, 20 minutes? It was there for a while.
Oh, yeah. Supposedly, there's another one north of Hershey.
Really?
Guess what? I got a friend that lives in Hershey, and somebody told them about it.
Oh, wow, yeah. I think there's been 2 or 3, but it's probably getting ready to produce again. It might just need a little bit of time though. So I think I am gonna go east to try and get on this side. I think it'll be really pretty over there. So,
Yep. All right. Have a
all right.
good one.
Thank you. You too. We'll let him go. I'm wondering, guys. I'm wondering. We're gonna have to go south here to get east, I think. I got a million flies in the car. The flies are excited too, guys. We could go north back into tornado mode. That's kind of our decision here. Do we go north? I got a million flies in here, chat. Sorry. Gotta get them out. They don't want to leave. Well, we've got this little supercell to our north. I think rotation's looking pretty weak. I think I'm gonna go south and then east. If I can find a road that takes me east. If we get down to Dickens, that's a really far jog south though. There's like no roads that'll just go straight east. Dang. Okay, we might turn. Okay, I'm flipping us around. We're gonna go north because there's no road south that takes us east that's not insanely far out of the way. Let's flip around here. Could get another tornado back there. More of a supercell type. I think there were two. Oh, our focus is messed up. Sorry, guys. It does that whenever I do anything. One time I had a tornado where it was like that, so that was a fun experience. All right, we may have a little wall cloud tucked back here. Just caught this crazy tornado. All right, sorry, chat. Thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. Be sure to like and subscribe. We just had probably my best tornado intercept on stream, so I've had a lot of good intercepts, but I've only started streaming past years, so I think my first time streaming YouTube was like May 23rd, I think, so it's been almost a year. These flies just want to see another tornado, that's why they're not leaving. We're gonna go back up north to that road we were originally on that we went west to find the spouts, and then we're gonna try and go east because like I really think that this is just gonna be really pretty from the other side, but I think it's gonna be tough to start to see a tornado with this type of storm look here. It's looking a little outflow dominant, which has me worried, but it's Nebraska. We just had the weirdest tornado ever. Sorry, Mr. Fly. Okay. Worried it's outflow dominant now. We're gonna go north, I think 2-3 miles, and then we're gonna go east, probably 5 back towards North Platte. took a gamble there. We took a gamble and it paid off. Let's see if we can't take another one. To occlude really weird, like back north. I mean, to be fair, these storms are all going to be due north movers, so I can't tell what that is back there, that little lowering. Rotation doesn't appear to be super strong on radar. Let's see if we can't cap it off with some structure. Maybe we can let all of the flies back outside too. It'll be a fun game. Very, starting to get a little rainy back there. It is almost 8 o'clock. Sunset is probably about 8:20, 8:30 here. But I think we got to get east, really. I think it's going to be too tough to see a tornado. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go east because get some great structure, and then head out. I hope it didn't hit anything. It was really off by that factory, so. Never doubt me on those land spout days. Dude, I was on the stream like probably like what 3-4 hours ago saying I think there's going to be a land spout or two today, and then I'm like, all right, well it's probably too late for a land spout, and then like 20 minutes later there's two maybe 3 land spouts. What is that up there? Backing up through this RFD here. And then maybe we've got enough room to get punched through on that other side. It definitely seems outflow dominant to me. I think a tornado is going to be very tough to get with this. We got really lucky. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I decided to stop and get that hot dog before that land spout. But there was a road there. Dude, I love how all the chasers are parked off. Everyone's just trying to be like, what did we just see? There were a lot of people on it, but the roads never felt too crowded. So, was this the road that I took? Yes, this was, because it was a T intersection. Alright, I gotta clean off the windshield. We just hit a bunch of flies. Alright, that's not bad. Oh boy, that's not good. Is that for the fire or for the spout? Because there was a fire right next to that land spout. For a second I thought there may have been a twin. There was a second funnel up there, but that was all just fire and smoke. I'll have to go through and look at that stuff here, but I need to get new wiper blades. First and foremost here. Maybe do that tomorrow if I got time. Might not though. Got a long drive. shaking right now. That was... My favorite tornadoes are those backlit ones with those orange skies. I love tall tubular tornadoes. Like that's an intercept I've wanted for a long time. 5 years of chasing. I'm like over 150 something tornadoes now. And that was one of the ones I'm the most happy with. There's a line of storms coming in now from northeastern Colorado that's going to catch these storms here later on. We're not going to chase too much after dark because we have a haul to either like Minnesota, northern Illinois, or like northwestern Indiana. So I just don't want to be, you know, caught here chasing. And either way, I left my tripod at home, I guess. So I'll have to find it. Maybe I can pick one up, but I had my really nice tripod. I don't know where it's at. Let's see what we can find. I think there's still some pretty storm potential, though it is getting a little weird. This is including like really, what the heck? I'm getting so much kicked up on my windshield. This is including back really far. I'm just getting worried it's just gonna die. Look at all those storms that just blew up. That's probably why we got that land spout then. So we got a lift over that boundary and it just was just enough. I mean, land spout parameters were pretty high all day. I honestly was convinced that there was going to be one earlier in the day, but I was just a little late on my forecast. Please tell me David saw it. Did you get the spout? Question mark. That spout was better than most of the tornadoes I've seen this year. Getting a little bit of a, oh, I forgot I unlatched this, sorry guys. Getting a little bit of a lowering here on this leading edge. What is reflecting? Oh, that's just my thing here. I'm gonna set you guys here because sorry, my arm's getting tired. It's a little bit of a drive north of town, but it really opens up out there and there's some good viewpoints. I got a lot of shots to pull. I think I took probably 500 shots of that tornado. All right, how soon can we get north of North Platte? Because we want to take 97 up. 20 minutes to get there. I think we'll do it. It's visible from here. It's probably not going to be visible from in town though. But I don't want to just sit here because then that puts us in a worse spot later on. Look at that little lowering back there, that wall cloud. It has definitely got some weak rotation on it. I would not be surprised to hear about a funnel cloud or some dirt whirlies beneath it while we are in North Platte. I think it's definitely about to produce a supercell tornado there. That is strong rotation now. We're gonna pull that same gamble that we did. I just need somebody to, we need to speed up here. But we're stuck behind a bunch of people, so that's not gonna happen. That is a really nice occlusion back there, guys. Gonna get us a view here shortly. Alrighty, this was the annoying road to cross earlier. What happens if I take a left here? Can I go left and then around North Platte? That might be preferred. Cramping in my foot, guys. So I opened a Celsius right as that first land spout formed. Haven't taken a sip since. Look at that wall cloud here, guys. Look at that. Look at how perfect that is. That is an absolutely unreal wall cloud that might produce a tornado here shortly. There's definitely rotation with that wall cloud. Yeah, these storms are definitely oriented now more in a way than I would expect, with the hook echo being on, or with the rotation and tornado being on kind of the north side. Get on Rodeo Road here. Is there any way I can get further off? I don't see anything down on the ground yet. It's a little high based, but definitely a rotating wall cloud back there. Yeah, I think we had 2 land spouts, maybe 3. It could go as high as 4 though, if I can find video evidence of that whirly, because there was a secondary funnel when that other one was at peak intensity on the back side, and I'm just not sure if it ever produced. Sorry, we're driving through. You guys get a forest view here. All these beautiful trees in North Platte. Actually, it looks really green here. It looks really nice. I don't remember North Platte being so green. Okay, I figured out why it wanted me to go the other way, because we're going snail's pace this way, but that's okay. That's okay. crazy. This thing went from producing land spouts to just an actual pure blood supercell. How many were there? There was the first one, which was pretty good. And I think that there were 2 at least. And then there was that third one, which was the funnel. It's possible that that there were up to 4, I think. But I'm pretty sure there were only max 3. And until I can see any evidence of a second spout being down with that other funnel, I'm gonna say 2. That second spout was unreal. Or the last spout, I guess. So we're just driving through town. That's why I haven't moved you guys, just so maybe you can catch any view of this little wall cloud up here. Got some wind. Man, I just want to get up through town. Chaser behind me, I think. Platte's got some nice neighborhoods. I don't think I've ever been to this part of town. Usually I'm just driving through North Platte. This little inflow thing right there. Really want to see if that thing produces. It might fall apart here, but I want it, if it can survive till that squall line hits from the southwest, it maybe stands a chance to produce another tornado or 2. There's a big QLCS coming from the south. What is... I was about to ask what was going on. There we go. Sorry, my mount's a little loose. I gotta screw it back in a little. I just always have mount problems. Yeah, that wall cloud's not looking so sharp anymore, is it? Still got some great, like, structure with that, though. Definitely a weakening updraft. It's getting smaller. Definitely a weakening updraft. Should probably catch up on chat. One second, guys. Let me get out of town here. Continue to studio. My phone screen's not working correctly. There we go. Open a new tab. Sorry guys, I'll catch up on donations if there were any in chat here in just 1 second. Appreciate you joining me. I actually don't even know how to check. Okay, no donations. That makes it easy to catch up on. All right, chat. Still think we've got some photogenicness left in us with this storm. Oh, I was supposed to turn there. Whoops. Okay, I'm not going the route that this wants me to go. It wants me to take a giant turn, so... maybe I can get up here and watch from over here, but I definitely think this storm is starting to fall off Just looking a little rough in the low levels. It's not very not really with it. Just looks strange. Got a little weird tail funnel, got a weird connection there. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go up and then we'll go up towards the edge of this river up here and just watch it, because getting around I think is gonna be a pain. I think we're gonna call it sunsetting here shortly. Sorry, I know you guys are being blinded. Sec. There we go. No longer blinded. Chad is no longer blinded. And yeah, we'll go on, turn on the Lakeview Road. And I think today's pretty much done. Dude, those land spouts, they were visible for an entire county. Like, there are like 20 land spout reports in the county. Apparently there's a haboob going on down in Kansas, big dust storm down there from that complex of storms that's moving towards us here. Yeah, I think our storm's just looking weird. Looking weird. Oh, a little goofy. Down far south, guys. That's where we just were. Sorry, you can see my map's reflection. Gorgeous remnant updraft. Trying to pull something in there. Let's go down Lakeview. If we can't view the lake on this road, I'm gonna be a little sad. It is called Lakeview. No parking anytime, no outlet. If they built a road that went north or south, like 5 miles west of North Platte, that would be awesome. That would cross the Platte River. I don't know of any highways there though, so. We do get a Lakeview. Sapros Petroleum. Yeah, so you can see our updrafts starting to wither away there. It's getting really narrow on both sides. See it still trying to twist there. Well, it is possible that's just the lowering that's starting to lift, but usually when you're lowering lifts, it's not a good sign. Lakeview Road. Yeah, it's definitely starting to look a little rough on radar. Let's see if I can't find a better spot than this little turnout here. Sorry about that little annoying square there. I need to find a better mount. I've tried a couple. This one's not bad. It's just not exactly what I would want. This is a private road. Which one's the private road? Straight or right? The Moon River, that's a cool name. We're just not gonna trespass, okay? We'll just go park right. Got lightning right behind us. Looking a little high based. What time is the sunset? And where's the storm gonna be, guys? The storm's gonna be time is the sunset near Stapleton? Because this is kind of key to what we do. Stapleton, Nebraska. 8:54 Central Daylight Time. Can we make it up 83 enough? Say why not? It seems like there is another storm trying to form south, which might boost to this one because we're getting rain again where we're at. Probably from that little scuddy thing I showed you guys earlier. That may be an actual storm that's trying to drop rain on us now. It looks really ragged though. Look at that view, guys. Appreciate the black square. Appreciate the black square. Watching from Dayton, Ohio. That's pretty close to where we're gonna be. Well, I guess it's not that close, but closer to where we're gonna be tomorrow. I've only had, I think, one Ohio tornado chase. I think only one, and it was 2022, and I missed the tornado. That was it. Ohio gets some nasty weather. It's just that normally it happens right after a Plains day, so I'll be in like Kansas, and it's like there's no way I'm making it to Ohio that next day. Whoa, that was a bolt right in front of us, like right down the road. Yeah, there's like a weak little storm trying to pop over us, guys. Couplet might be ramping back up. Yeah, it might be. To me, it's looking a little bit rough though. Like that those low level clouds were starting to dissipate. Usually a sign that your updraft's weakening, or it's going outflow dominant. But in this case, it was weakening. So I think it's fair to say that today's been an amazing day though. I got that land spout forecast. I nailed that. I was like on my sheet. I'm like, why is nobody talking about the land spout threat today? And sure enough, maybe we just got lucky, but you know, I love land spouts, so I will forecast land spouts even when they're probably not going to happen. So we're gonna try and get to the other side, maybe. What is that? A little lowering over there, non-rotating, it looks like. Yeah, that's usually game over for tornadoes, is when you see just a random flat cloud in front of the storm that's not connected. But that could be something, maybe. I can't see rotation from here. I'm a little too far. We're gonna go around here. It looks like it's disconnected, whatever it was. It wasn't there for very long. A couple mesoscale discussions out. I think the tornado threat's probably gonna reduce from here on. It's possible that we get a slight ramp up as those low-level winds increase, but I was never super stoked on supercell tornado potential today. I always thought it would be land spout, if anything, but yeah, I think the real supercell tornado day is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow looks nasty. Over a couple states, you've got like the surface low target in Minnesota, which is probably the one I'm going to be forced to go to, just because of proximity. Like, I don't want to drive all night to Western Indiana. So, because I think it's like a 13-hour drive from where I'm at now to Western Indiana. So, Northern Illinois is like 12 hours, and then Minnesota target's like 9 hours. 9 hours I can definitely do, but 12 is a little much for an overnight target. I have done it before, and I probably could do it now, but I don't think I'm going to try it. I recently stopped drinking. I used to be drinking like 2 or 3 energy drinks a day, or 2 energy drinks and a coffee, but now I'm down to just 1, and I feel a lot better. I'm waking up better in the morning. So I say that as I'm having my 1 Celsius now, but my body's used to mountain time anyway, so we'll be fine. Staying up a little later to drive. I got up super early today because my girlfriend and I we got chickens, and we had to build a chicken coop yesterday because the guy that we commissioned unfortunately had to cancel. So I spent like 8 hours building a chicken coop yesterday, and I was supposed to leave yesterday, but it ended up being fine. So I woke up at like 6 this morning and then packed everything up and left. And I still thought I was going to be late, so I still don't feel too bad, you know. Like, I've got a lot of good nights of sleep under my belt, so I think I can just, even if I'm only getting 5 or 6 hours for 1 or 2 days, it's probably not going to be the worst thing ever. Whoa. There are probably 4 flies still in here. Go, shoot. All right, we got 1 out. The other ones are all down by my, like the rear view mirror, so can't get them on that right side. They're too far for me. Yeah, I think this storm's just gonna outrun us. I don't think we're gonna make it there in time, but we might as well try. They put out a severe thunderstorm warning for it. They did not continue that tornado warning. Didn't suspect they would with those low-level clouds lifting. Did not suspect that they would. Oh man. There's a million chasers here if you look on Spotter Network. I gotta fix something with my Zoom controller, my custom streaming software that I'm working on, because my Zoom and play buttons are broken on the thing, because I have a really customizable, and the radar on my stream is supposed to be a lot more dynamic, where I can zoom in, zoom out, you know, switch to satellite, switch to velocity, you know, do all that fun stuff and show you guys really what it is I'm looking at. But for some reason, that part is down today, so I'll have to get to my hotel. Probably won't have time to fix it until Saturday, maybe Sunday. But what a great kickoff to this chase trip. I mean, I'm planning on being gone. I mean, I chase everything, so we're gonna be gone at least another week or 2 just out chasing, so be sure to like, subscribe, and all that fun stuff. Of course, I do this when it starts to rain, but it really does help me out. I'm really trying to grow my channel. I'm trying to put a lot more work in this year than years past, so you know, I got a lot of good footage this year already, so I'm pretty stoked to make YouTube videos later on this summer and fall as everything slows down. I really want to get into more vlogging with storyline type stuff. I used to do just post my raw tornado footage, but I really want to try and take it in a little bit more of an artistic direction. So liking, subscribing, you know, all that fun stuff, it really, really helps me out, and I do appreciate it. So we will be live with pretty much everything. Like, I missed 1 tornado this year already because my car broke down, but we got like a ton of repairs. We spent all that money trying to get everything good, and now the car is, we did have a little bit of a hiccup right after that with coolant, air bubbles, but after that, car's been running smoothly. We got new tires, so we might just need new wiper blades and we should just be set. So not anticipating any issues with the car. Not anticipating any issues with the car. I'm gonna say that and I'll get a check engine light tomorrow. Take 83 north here. Mr. Appliance, speedy repair service. Dude, my internet company, I'm pretty sure, snapped my sprinkler line. So I gotta hire somebody to come out and replace my sprinkler line, which is gonna be a pain. Here, I'm gonna pull your guys' exposure up. I just realized it was down from the view earlier, but now it's dark. There we go. There we go. Fixed. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning issued for like half the county for some reason. Why? Is there a tornado possible tag? I don't see a tornado possible tag. What's the severe thunderstorm warning for then? There's nothing going on in the... Is it just a high lead time warning from those storms? Southwest, it could be. Might be because of that dust storm. I've heard that there's a dust storm with this activity to the southwest here, especially down in Kansas. But let's try and get north on this first things first. We're not going to make it down to that thing before the dust hits, so... We're getting just a new updraft to try and form here on top of us, so I want to get it a little bit out ahead. But the second we hit that 8:50 p.m., we're gonna probably have to call it just to make it out towards Minnesota's my main target for tomorrow, and then northern Illinois was kind of my secondary target, and that's mostly just due to distance and terrain, and also the fact that I still have yet to see a good Minnesota tornado. I've got like I don't have Illinois and Iowa either though. I've got Missouri, I've got Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, but I really want to get a good Minnesota tornado. And tomorrow looks like a really interesting chase. The main thing I don't like it for chasing is the motions on the storms are going to be pretty fast, 40 miles an hour, and Minnesota doesn't exactly have the fastest speed limits, but all those other states are kind of in similar boats there. Getting some crazy voltage. I wish if those storms weren't coming in from the west, we'd have a really nice orange storm right now. Man, there's hail falling from this new updraft here that is literally developing over our head. That old main supercell has already really lost its identity and is now transitioning back to the north. That's what these storms have been doing all day. You'll get a strong supercell, and then it doesn't move fast enough, and then a new storm forms to the south, and then takes over. Starlink, please be okay. I just repaired you. Hail's not too big, and here's rain, so. We're literally coring this storm on accident. Accidental hail core intercept. Just want to get a couple miles north on 83 here. even the Minnesota target's like 8 hours away. Dang. I mean, it's going to take us through US 83. I'm going to probably go with the surface low on this thing, though I do see the open warp sector kind of going off too. Like, I just feel like the surface low is going to be the most guaranteed. I mean, there's going to be some violence along that surface low, as long as it doesn't get too messy and you get enough clearing in the morning. Those soundings, though, from Illinois and Indiana look pretty mean, too. Just kind of the question. Which do we end up picking? I know, I'm still on today's chase, but I'm already trying to plan for tomorrow. I mean, I literally do that when there's a tornado. I'm on the tornado planning how to get to the next tornado. Chaser traffic here, but nothing too bad. Just want to get out of the way of this hail, go up this hill here. Like this is a pretty common evolution for these storms, where they just move north and then another storm forms south, takes over. It's happened. I've seen it probably happen 5-6 times today. Like with every storm we've been on, it's happened pretty much. Can't wait to see David's shots in this landscape. He looks like he's got a really good view. Let's get a little further north here. Every chaser is on this road right now. It's going to be a rough drive too with all this rain going on. I'm going to have to account for that. But we just filled up right before those tornadoes happened, so we're sitting pretty at almost a full tank of gas. What's driving this, but look at this Mamadas up here, guys. Very nice Mamadas display. Very nice Mamadas display. I haven't done a lot of Mamadas photography lately. I did it a lot in 2022, but honestly in 2022 there wasn't much else to see in the plains. You had like 3, maybe 4 good tornado days. Alrighty. Let's flip back around and see what we're looking at. I think there's a little road here maybe. Or am I blind? Okay, verdict's in, I'm blind. Verdict is in. I guess I could just pull off on the shoulder, but I don't really want to. let's see. Be careful getting out of the car here. I'll grab you guys and we will go see what's happening out here. What? How is this what was hailing on us? Great MLS display on a busy road. What a great cap to our day, guys. With a raindrop. So, we got a lot of good stuff here. Got some dying updrafts here. I think that's what must have been hailing on us. I don't know how it was producing that much hail though. So, see this little inflow band that we were watching earlier? That little inflow band that we were watching earlier has really started to fall apart. So, I think we're gonna go ahead and get back in the car and probably call it so you guys can actually hear me. So I'll be back in 1 second. It's a pretty busy road. There's a lot of chasers out today. Everybody's on their chasecation. Hopefully everybody got that today. Oh. Ooh, I just got a severe thunderstorm warning. That's why I'm here. Alrighty, chat. Thank you so much for joining me. I think we're gonna go ahead and call it and try and race to tomorrow's target in Minnesota. It's been a pleasure having you guys along with me. Let me get everything going. It's been a pleasure having you guys along with me here. We had a great day. We saw a great couple land spouts, 2, maybe 3, but it was just an awesome start to this chase trip, and I can't wait to see what we see tomorrow and even this weekend in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas. It looks really big. It looks really classic. So I will be driving for a good chunk of the night. I'll probably post some of the photos that I got, and tomorrow maybe if I've got time, but the tornado footage itself I'll probably be posting a little later on, probably for members only. So yeah, be sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I will see you guys next time. Tomorrow, probably in Minnesota, maybe Illinois. So thank you so much for joining me and have a great evening. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate that. Thank you, Grifter, for the wiper fund. I appreciate that. Alrighty.